Yes. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our March 27th, 2024 Board of County Commissioners meeting. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we will begin the morning with citizen input. Carl Shoemaker, would you like to join us, please?
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
It's our pleasure.
When I was a student at Bend Senior High in the early 70s, I heard a rumor that some students my age would go out into the sagebrush and juniper desert east of Bend on Saturday nights and party just for something to do. If one of them saw a car coming down the road, they would shout out, "The sheriff's deputy's coming. Everybody roll into a ball and pretend you're a rock." I imagine the sheriff's deputy driving down the road and seeing all those cars parked would say to himself, "There's a party going on here." And he would shine his spotlight all over all those high school students rolled into a ball, pretending they were a rock among the sagebrush, and chuckle to himself and drive on by because he didn't want to deal with arresting all those high school students. And that was life in high school in good old Lumbertown, Bend, Oregon in the early 1970s. Thank you.
Ooh. Thank you for those memories. No one else in the room to testify? Stephen, do we have anyone online with a raised hand? Okay. All right. Oh, I did want to make a comment. We're meeting, I believe it's next week, maybe with the Redmond City. And it was brought to my attention, the dangers of 126 and Helmholtz in Redmond. Someone I know had been hit December 29th. Well, it ended up this weekend, a school bus was hit at that intersection. So I'm really hoping that we can do something there. According to my conversation with Chris Doty, something will be happening sooner rather than later, but it's an incredibly impactful intersection on the way to Redmond. And I'm just hoping the Redmond and ODOT will get it together quickly and we will have those issues much safer than they are currently. So we have a consent agenda.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
And I will second it.
Any further discussion?
Oh, just a special thanks to our staff for putting those minutes together. We talk about a lot of things that really gets distilled down nice and tight and the facts are good. So thank you very much for doing that.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So the first item is the proclamation for Dark Sky Week.
Okay. Carter, thanks for joining us. You and I spoke on the phone about this.
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner DeBonne. And Commissioners, Administrator Lilac, thank you. And Ms. Fritzwald and Ms. Riley, thank you. Yes, my name is Carter Goodell, and I am here as an AmeriCorps member with the Resource Assistance for Rural Environments program. I am contracted with Visit Central Oregon, but today I'm here on behalf of Dark Sky Oregon and my work with them, requesting a proclamation for International Dark Sky Week, which is a worldwide celebration of the night to build awareness about the harmful effects of light pollution and the importance of the global nighttime environment. It is put on by Dark Sky International, which is an organization that seeks to restore the nighttime environment and protect communities from the harmful effects of light pollution through outreach, advocacy, and conservation. Now, I just want to make a quick side note because there seems to be a bit of confusion in my communications, not with any of you, but just generally, I've been reaching out to other governments as well, and there's been some concern. So I just want to clarify that Dark Sky International, as far as I understand, is not out to turn off all the lights forever, but rather to advance the state of the art of lighting design for the benefits of our economy and our environment. This is also not meant to be a county proclamation that mandates any lighting practices, but rather hopefully will encourage civic pride in an effort to improve the economy and the environment. One quick fact that 80% of the entire human population cannot see the Milky Way from where they live because of light pollution. There are countless negative effects on vertebrates, including ourselves, and invertebrates, as well as economic loss from money spent on wasted light, as well as the loss of our dark sky heritage, which, as you might have heard about, the Oregon Outback Sanctuary was recently officiated. What's really exciting about this problem is that if anyone has authority over their lighting sources, they have the power to be a part of the solution by following the dark sky friendly lighting principles. Actually, I didn't have this in my spiel for other proclamation requests, but a former police officer approached me about it during one of the meetings and voiced her concern, and I assured her that I would add this. So the 5 lighting principles very quickly are: 1, that the lighting is useful; 2, that it's targeted; 3, that it's a low level; 3, that it's a controlled level of light; and that
You
pardon.
did 3 twice.
Oh, pardon me.
I'll let happen.
4, it's controlled, and then 5, it's warm colored, preferably under 2200 Kelvin. So yes, I respectfully request that the Deschutes County government proclaim and recognize International Dark Sky Week from April 2nd to the 8th, 2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carter. So let's see.
Carter, can I ask, is the Dark Sky, the International Dark Sky Organization, they do have a local chapter, or they have a state chapter, and there's a very active local group within that's here. Are they tracking this proclamation, or did you coordinate with them at all on this?
Yes, pardon me, excuse me. Yes, I've been working primarily with Bill Kowalik and Kathy Flanagan. They are kind of spearheading the Dark Sky Oregon chapter. It's actually a part of my AmeriCorps assignment to work with them and in various capacities. Because for quick context, Visit Central Oregon administers the Future Fund grant, and they were awarded the GodStar Central Oregon grant.
Excellent. Yeah, just wanted to make sure everybody was in touch with each other.
I appreciate it, Commissioner Chang. Thank you.
Let's see, do we have any other comments? I will say that someone on the way to my house has a million lights on their house because my neighbors are even mentioning it. But on the other side of the story, I had 3 wolves that were walking down the street, not very far from my front door. So I have my lights so I can see at night, because if they're walking during the day, what are they doing at night? I try and carry my phone, my lights, and we just lost one of the geese. I had a pair of geese at my house, and they've been there for like a month. And 2 days ago, one of them disappeared. So somebody got it, I guess. It's, don't they mate for life? It's really unfortunate.
Do.
Or the swans do, don't they? Yeah, some of those birds do. I know. Anyway, I see it out there, and I just feel so badly for it. So I know something got it.
Yeah.
Did you report those wolves to ODF&W?
I was not the person that saw them. My neighbor did. So I will have to ask her, but she told me. And then there were 2 at my other neighbor's house. So yeah, they're right there. So is there?
We keep track of that.
Oh, yes, of course we do. Is there a motion?
So I'd support reading the proclamation and then getting to the vote.
Okay. Okay, you want to read it first? All right. So Commissioner DeBonne, you read the first 3 paragraphs. Commissioner
Sure.
Peng, you want to read the next 3?
Before the Board of Commissioners of Deschutes County, Oregon, a proclamation, whereas the experience of looking up at the starry night sky inspires a feeling of wonder and awe, and whereas dark skies as an integral aspect of the sustainability of Oregon's wild ecosystems as a key environmental factor in bird migration, insect pollination, and healthy human sleep patterns, And whereas Oregon dark skies are a significant natural resource with 3 accredited dark sky places to date, Sun River, Prineville Reservoir State Park, and the newly certified Oregon Outback International Dark Sky Sanctuary.
And whereas the largest area of pristine night skies in the contiguous 48 states is located right here in Oregon. And whereas astrotourism, including stargazing, astronomy, star parties, and dark sky photography, is a growing facet of outdoor recreation with real economic benefits for communities across Oregon and amplifies the importance of preventing and mitigating light pollution to preserve the beauty of our nighttime environment. And whereas International Dark Sky Week is observed each April during the week of the new moon.
Now, therefore, the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners hereby proclaims the week of April 2nd to the 8th, 2024 to be International Dark Sky Week in Deschutes County and encourages stewardship of our shared natural wonders and magnificent dark skies. And this is dated the 27th of March, 2024 by the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners. So could we have a motion and then the vote?
Sure. So I'll move approval of the proclamation of International Dark Sky Week.
For April 2nd to 8th, 2024. Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes.
So just one other note, Central Oregon Intergovernmental Council has brought this up also, and now we're not having a meeting next week. So it's just April meeting has been canceled because of, we're going to have a big water summit here and then also our water public hearing and lack of agenda items. So COIC is going to bring this to a future board meeting, but we're going to miss this date is my point. So, but it will have more discussion amongst the cities of Central Oregon and the Tri-County area also.
I'm sorry, Commissioner DeBonne, could you clarify that statement? Do you mean you're going to miss the statement or the date for the,
Yeah, we're not going to have a meeting till May.
I see. Okay.
COIC.
Yeah, March. Yeah, different organization, but it's the one with all the city councils and the commissioners are all at the table.
Okay. Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
But we have our declaration and it'll be
It's
ready
here.
to go by the 2nd, which is
Yep.
what, Tuesday through Sunday.
Coming up.
So thank you for joining us.
Yeah. Thank you for having me, Commissioner. Bear. Commissioners, thank you very much. Administrator, thank
Thank
you.
you.
And supporting employees, much appreciated. And thank you to the public for listening. Thank you very much.
Have a great day.
Thanks.
Okay, we are now at item number 4.
Chair Adair, I'll lead this effort. This agenda item, this is the board's consideration to approve or not the multiple unit property tax exemption application for Timber Yards Parcel A development at 175 Southwest Industrial Way in Bend. In August of 2022, the Bend City Council adopted what was referred to as the MUPTE program, the Multiple Unit Property Tax Exemption Program. The Timber Yards Parcel A project is applying for this. And we do have Allison Platt, the core area project manager, if we have specific questions for this. The project, Parcel A project proposes a 6-story, 246 unit mixed use building with 15,973 square feet of commercial space to be located within the northwest corner of the master plan. And it is within the core area TIF area for the project. The 3 identified public benefits include open space, enhanced landscaping, and wrapped parking structure. We can provide additional information if you wish. In order for the project to qualify for the tax exemption, it must be approved by boards which represent at least 51% of the combined levy of taxing districts. This application has already been approved by the Bend City Council. That occurred last week, and earlier this year, the Bend La Pine School District adopted a resolution approving all applications inside the core TIF area through June 30th of 2025. So the key is there are no property tax implications or impacts to Deschutes County or the taxing districts because it is already located in the TIF area. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the board. If you have any questions, I have the packet I can refer to answer questions, and Allison can also help us out if we have any questions. So I'll turn it over to the board.
Allison, is there anything you'd like to add? Do you want to just, since you're here today, we so appreciate seeing you.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Allison Platt. I'm the Core Area Project Manager for the City of Bend. I just dropped off my son at the daycare located at Deschutes County before coming over here. So I appreciate you offering the space to them. It's been great to
Was
have.
born in July or?
He was born in July.
Yes,
Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah, so good to be here again. I think I've been here since I had him. So this application, I just wanted to kind of clarify that we have put this program on pause. And so we are expecting one more application to run through you all for review. That is a project outside the TIF area, but we are not accepting any new applications for this program. And the City Council will be reevaluating the requirements for this program. So just wanted to clarify that. And I'm happy to answer any specific questions about this application if you have any.
So you're saying this one still is a go, but you're not
Yes,
going to
yeah.
take
So
it-
we put the City Council put the program on pause in February, but we received this application last year. So we have two applications, this one included, that were still we had already received the applications. And then in February, we stopped accepting any new applications. So 4 projects total have applied to the program prior to that pause. This is the third one that has been approved. So it has already received approval from 51% of the combined levy of the taxing districts. There's one more that will come to you for kind of a full review before any decision is made on it.
And that one is outside a TIF area.
Exactly. And you will review that one following City Council's decision, but prior to the school district's review.
Sounds good.
So this one is already basically 51% supported by the taxing entities. So the next one is outside the core area. So that's the existing tax increment financing district. So that will be more substantive decision. Is that what we're saying here?
Exactly. Yeah, it's not already included. It's not, you haven't already foregone any incremental
Mhm, mhm.
revenues from projects outside the TIF area. So that's why it will come
Yep.
to you for a more substantial review.
Yeah. Well, and as this is, we've talked about this in the past, I support just running these through our board meeting and seeing them. The community discussion around this is more Bend focused, and the city council is in that spot to know if they're going to proceed or not, because it is a tax increment financing district that's in place. Tax revenue creating value in that area is going to be reinvested one way or another. So that's a decision of the city council. So. As I say, it's good to review the packet. I don't have any questions. It's just a part of our agenda at this point in time. So then I would think that, are we in a spot where we want to forego making a decision, knowing that it's already 51% supported, or that's kind of our decision today. So either foregoing making a decision or showing support by putting it in a minutes motion.
Well, I think in the creation of the tax increment financing district, which this Board of Commissioners supported.
So we don't have veto authority. So when that happens, and I was here when that happened, basically they come in and say, we're going to do this. And we don't have an approval process when that happens. So I'm pointing out that the TIF, I wasn't so excited about it, but we don't have the authority to say no.
Did you vote yes at the time?
I don't know. I think I voted no, but as I say, the tax increment financing, even if we vote no, we don't have any authority to stop it.
Yeah, statutorily for urban renewal areas in their formation, we're required to consult and confer with the taxing districts. Deschutes County submitted comments requesting that the area size be reduced and the maximum indebtedness amount also be reduced, which were not acted upon.
Well, I guess I would just say that this area, the tax increment for this area has been entrusted to the city of Bend to grow as best they can, and as strategically as they can. And I think it would be appropriate to support the city's decision process and their efforts to revitalize this area, expand housing, and ultimately in the long term, expand the tax base for all of us by supporting this application.
Well, it is interesting that they have put a pause on the program. And then when you see that the applicant is from Beverly Hills, California, you go, okay, all right, interesting. They're coming here to invest their money and save taxes. So is there a motion then to continue on over the 51%?
I'll move approval of the application from KW Kelton dash Bent Owner, comma LLC for a multiple unit property tax exemption relating to property at 175 Southwest Industrial Way in Bend.
So then, I'm not going to second it at this time.
Okay,
As I say, staying neutral is probably the better place for me. Yeah.
okay, all right. All right, well, it seems like a statement's probably already been made. We have, I'll second it.
Thank you.
I'm just happy maybe that they have stopped the program, or at least it's on pause. So that's probably the good news. Okay, any further discussion? Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne.
I'll vote no, and that's just kind of for the balance of a discussion, is showing that there's not real clear super support everywhere.
All right, and I'll vote yes. The chair will vote yes.
Great.
All right, thank you and congratulations on
Thank
baby.
And just wanted to just really quick for that application, it is a joint venture between the Matt Day family and KW Kelton. So KW Kelton is a joint venture, so half ownership from the Matt Day family, which owned the site, and then half partnership with the development firm from Beverly Hills. So
I was just going to referring to the applicant. It says the applicant only says Kennedy.
the development entity who's kind of leading the charge on all the entitlement process is based in Beverly Hills, but the financial
Mhm,
partnership
mhm.
behind that development is half based in Bend.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If I can just ask, so when might we see the next application come through with the more robust?
We're scheduled to bring the Penn Avenue application to you all on April 24th. This is an application that you had seen prior and had approved. They have since revised their application to increase the number of units that they're able to offer on that site after the city removed parking minimums. They were able to increase the number of units on that location, as well as the number of deed restricted middle income units that they'll be providing as part of that application. So I'll be back here April 24th with that applicant for that application.
Thank you. I'd forgotten. I knew we had coordinated on it. I couldn't recall when that was scheduled. So I appreciate your
Yep.
response. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, good to see you all.
Okay, we're at item number 5. Peter, good morning.
Members of the commission. Peter Gutowski, Community Development Director. I am this morning seeking direction from the board as it pertains to a planning commission vacancy and an appointment process. There's also an opportunity to reappoint our planning commissioner who is completing their first term, which ends on June 30th. Friday, Commissioner DeBonne was paired with our planning commission chairperson, Tony Williams. I had the pleasure of being with Commissioner Chang. Commissioner Adair, just for those that might be watching, had another obligation pertaining to the Oregon Health Authority. But nonetheless, on Friday, we interviewed candidates for this position. One of the candidates withdrew due to having COVID. So there were 4 interviews, and I can give you the names if you would like, but I want to be deferential to our 2 commissioners that were involved in that process on Friday. But ideally, this morning, the board would find themselves in a position to make an appointment for the at-large position. And then, as I mentioned at the front end, there's an opportunity to reappoint Susan Altman, who's in excellent standing. She respectfully stated that she would be interested in serving a second term at the pleasure of the Board of County Commissioners. So I'm here to answer any questions or comments, can give you the 4 candidates, but it might be helpful just to turn it back over to you, Madam Chair, and to Commissioner DeBonne and Chang to hear your thoughts. And staff looks forward to integrating this new commissioner into the Planning Commission. Just for context, the next meeting that the Planning Commission has is on April 11th. We're going to have a hearing on our draft work program for the Community Development Department. So it's an excellent opportunity to onboard this new Planning Commissioner to get them prepared for that public hearing and subsequent deliberation and recommendation of the Board of County Commissioners. So thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, Peter. Well, first we can do talk about Susan Altman, who had asked to be reappointed. And is there a motion on that?
So I would support Susan in that position. I've supported appointing her originally. One of my goals just personally is to spend a little bit of time with her talking about her experience. And I've been trying to do that, just the schedule has been challenging. So that was just conversation around that, but I'll move approval of Susan Altman for a second 4-year term as a planning commissioner for Deschutes County.
And I would gladly second that and support Susan Altman's reappointment.
And I would like to comment that Susan is a horse person, so we know each other quite well. Anyway, I think, yes, we share stories. So, okay, Commissioner DeBonne
Yes,
and Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and the chair gladly votes yes.
here we
So-
go.
All right, so now we have the 4 candidates. Is there a motion on that?
Well, we can, just compare notes because 2 of us were able to talk to all of them, and then Commissioner Dare, I'm sure, it would be a choice of all 3 of us. You want
Okay.
to start, Commissioner Chang?
Yeah, I would say that we had 4 good quality candidates for this planning commission position. Different people had valuable experience to offer, had interviewed well. That's so that there was this was a good pool, I felt like. In thinking about what's to come for Deschutes County and planning in Deschutes County, I think it would be very beneficial for us to appoint a second planning commissioner who lives in South County. The reasons, the things that are coming up that I think are important are the Newberry Country Community Plan. And I do think that as we sort through our strategy for South County groundwater nitrate contamination issues, having more South County presence on the Planning Commission would be very valuable to have. So I'm beyond that, I'm open on either Sean Crichton or Helen Marston, but I do think it would be very valuable to have someone from South County, an additional person from South County on the Planning Commission. And this the nitrate issues came up in both interviews for those 2 South County candidates. So it just kind of reemphasized to me how important it's going to be to really engage with the southern part of the county in the next few years on a lot of very important issues.
Thanks for sharing that. So I was able to do interviews with Tony Williams, current chair of the commission, and we were able to go through all 4 of these interviews, and very, very enlightening and informative and educational on both directions. Each candidate brings different experiences and thoughts. Tony and I had both, so it was the 2 Tonys there at the interview. We had concluded that, Mark Stockkamp, knowing that, he comes in kind of as an advocate for some land use. He's involved right now, but he had great experience in citizen involvement, kind of next generation view of some of the issues. And looking for housing opportunities and what we can do in the rural. So we did conclude that Mark Stockkamp could be our first choice, and then Helen Marsden was the second choice. So we have some commonality for Helen on that, and then for Sean Creighton, I gave him my card and I said I wanted to go out with to dinner with him and his wife and my wife. So we're all going to get to know each other because they've been real involved, just kind of popped up recently and got really involved. So as I say, the recommendations start off with Mark Stockamp, and then Helen is a second priority from our interviews.
Great. Thank you so much. Let's see. So is that a motion for Mark then?
But yeah, well, so that is to say a recommendation from Commissioner Williams and myself would be Mark Stockamp to be appointed to that position. Yes.
Okay.
And I'll make that a motion.
All right. Okay. I can second that.
Yeah, I won't be seconding that. I mean, Mark interviewed very well. I do have concerns that he has shown up in a really strong advocacy kind of way on land use and planning issues in our community. And I just worry that he will be able to set that aside and play the role of a planning commissioner, which is to really channel the public and open your ears real wide, cast a broad net, and bring what you hear to the planning commission.
Okay. Thank you for those remarks. Are there any other comments?
From the interviews for all four of them, and especially working with Tony Williams, it was refreshing. You know, we've gone through a rocky period where we're having strong, diverse conversations there. But as I mentioned to each one of them, this is a recommendation body. This is the place to throw out the strong opinions, be able to kind of narrow these things down. We're seeing 4-3 votes, which is wonderful. And none of these issues are easy. So yeah, be excited to have any of these candidates. But as I say, Mark Stockamp was the common name for Tony and I.
Okay. So therefore, okay. I'll call for the vote then. Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
No.
and the chair votes yes. So thank you for doing that. I did happen to know most of the candidates that were there, and I thought it was very important that I get my card to the new director of OHA because she's at the meetings that I attend monthly, and she's the new person in charge of the state health program, and they definitely need some more direction.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
And we're now at item 6, agenda topic 6. Jessica, good morning.
Jessica Jacks, Program Manager for over our Prevention and Health Promotion section, and I'm joined by, introduce yourself.
Hi, Heather Tang. I'm a community health strategist on the Prevention and Health Promotion team.
Thank you, Heather.
Good morning. Yeah.
And we are here to request your approval to apply for a grant, so I'm going to give you some of the logistics, and Heather will chime in with the specific program detail that we're hoping this grant will support. The grant is offered by the Central Oregon Health Council, and it's titled, excuse me, Engaging Communities and Schools in Substance Misuse and Overdose Prevention, which is right up our alley. So nice fit for us. It is a maximum award of $125,000, and would like to request that amount in our application. Specifically, we would be supporting the Upshift program that Heather oversees. And if we're awarded, it would be to specifically target those resources toward her position to sustain the existing 1.0 FTE. So we're not asking for additional FTE, but to rather maintain that. The current FTE is supported by OHA through Program Element 36, which is our anchor kind of funds for alcohol and other drug prevention work, but it has not increased at least in the past 10 years. And so we are looking for additional resources to sustain this position. As you are aware, the Central Oregon Health Council does not allow for indirect costs. So that is a feature that I did want to bring to your attention, but we will be looking at multiple ways to sustain the position with the resources that we have. So with that,
Jessica, could I just say something? I think it was 2 weeks ago at the Central Oregon Health Council meeting, the new commissioner, Susan from Crook County, said after our meeting that there were 6 young people in Crook County that had psychotic disorder from marijuana use. And so I know we're going to have a presentation by our health department in May. Apparently, one of the doctors is going to be on vacation. So in May, but parents need to be aware of how dangerous marijuana use is for young people, for the developing brain. And I just, I had to mention this today because, I worry about, they don't know if if their brains will ever come back. Now, who knows? But it's really, it's a very serious situation for the developing brain is what I hear about all the time.
yes, you're correct. Thanks for bringing that up. And also thanks for the opportunity to come back in May and expand a little bit more on that. You're right. It is important. And we are doing, I think, a decent job. I also think there's an area for improvement for getting information out to parents.
Well, when you hear about 8th graders with backpacks with marijuana in them in the school system here, you know that the message needs to be repeated. So thank you.
Multiple times.
So Heather, can you share us either day in the life or the near-term strategy? I don't, whichever way you want to go with that. Yep. Well, yeah.
Yeah. So thank you, Commissioner Adair, for mentioning that too. So brief interventions are part of the Upshift program, and they are effective in preventing substance use and associated harms. And so that's one of the elements of Upshift that we are really focusing on. But Upshift started in a partnership between the public health department and schools to create a consistent response to adolescent substance use policy violations. It models the SBIRT model, which is often seen in healthcare, which is screening, brief intervention, and referral to treatment. So essentially moving away from an entirely punitive response for substance use policy violations, we're routing students to either a brief intervention with a trained staff person at their school or getting them linked directly to a treatment provider. And so these early brief interventions, like I said, can be really effective. The earlier we work with students, the more likely it is we'll prevent further risk of addiction and other associated harms with substance use.
Could you just mention a couple of the treatment providers that you might refer to them? Because I know people who had, their children and they've had to send them to Los Angeles or something. There's something here that people can be aware of.
Yeah, definitely. All 3 of our school districts are currently implementing Upshift, and they all do it a little differently. So Care Solace is the care coordination company that Ben Lapine Schools uses directly via the Upshift program. So if a student is screened as high risk for substance use disorder at Ben Lapine Schools, they go directly through Care Solace, where they get coordinated with a care coordinator who has a list of mental health and treatment health providers in the county and the region. And the good thing about Care Solace is it can connect throughout the state. And so it's a broader option of resources. Redmond School District is directly contracted through Rimrock Trails Treatment Services to provide those high-risk students with direct treatment supports at Redmond. And then at Sisters School District, they are working with Mosaic Medical and the school-based health center. And so students are getting directly linked to a behavioral health consultant at their school-based health center. And then those behavioral health consultants are linked in with the treatment providers. Unfortunately, Sisters has limited resources as far as direct treatment services for adolescents. And so we've had to get a little creative with telehealth and working with those behavioral health consultants for brief intervention.
Thank you so much for all those details, because hopefully that part of our message this morning will be repeated and people can be aware of what is out there. Rimrock, I know they do an amazing job. They actually have a facility in Prineville that seems to be a bit maybe understaffed at times, but it is there. So that's great.
Yeah, we're working directly with Deschutes County Behavioral Health Services too. They have the Drop, which offers, a safe space for adolescents, but I think it's twice a week, only happening in Bend right now, but they have a smart recovery group where adolescents, I think they serve ages 14 to 27, I want to say. But they're opening that up to folks in the community as well as an additional like treatment, recovery focused type service. And then they're looking at partnering with our tobacco prevention and education program to start offering what's called the Not on Tobacco. It's a program via the American Lung Association, which offers additional tobacco cessation services for students who are struggling with nicotine addiction.
Well, what about a marijuana addiction?
Yeah,
Because yes, I mean, that's what I'm hearing from Cook County, that those 6 individuals were marijuana users.
yeah, definitely. Not is specifically focused towards nicotine addiction. All the other resources that I listed, Smart Recovery and the care coordination through Care Solace, have dual diagnosis assessments. And so they look at across a range of all substance use and then with mental health concerns as well.
Well, Captain Schultz at our behavioral health meeting a couple of Fridays ago said that 80% of the people in the jail either have substance use and or mental illness or both. 80%. He's been working here for, I believe it's 6 years now. So he goes, it's Patty, it used to be 30%. And that's what's happening. So the more early work you can do, it's really appreciated.
Heather, I wonder if you share, we have some data just to give you a snapshot of the type of referrals that we're seeing in this.
Good.
Yeah, last
I
year we
was-
had, sorry.
Yeah, that was going to be my question is, thank you for laying out the goals of the program and the mechanics of how it works. But I would like to get a sense of what performance metrics we're using, for are we achieving the goals? And if we have any, data, or if the program has been running long enough to have that data, it'd be great to understand what we can say about how, the impact of these programs.
Yeah, it is a newer program with full adoption across all 3 school districts, only happening in 2021. So we're early in our evaluation. But last academic school year, 189 students completed Upshift. So that means that they either completed the full 2 sessions of the brief intervention or they had a referral to treatment made. This school year, we have approximately like 112 students, but it's hard to pull that data mid-intervention. So we'll have that final count at the end of this academic school year. But so far this school year, under 30% of the referrals for Upshift were related to marijuana. Approximately 63% were related to vaping, e-cigarette, nicotine use. And then the remaining were around alcohol, with two violations were related to prescription drug misuse.
I think I wanted to add to that just to provide some clarity, the role that Heather's position has is the oversight. It's around evaluation. It's to monitor program implementation and set our schools up for success. So a lot of the work that Heather is doing is really around ensuring that the system is working. So one of the things that we saw that was a disconnect, I think it was just this last year, was that we're struggling to get the parent approval. So there's a referral that's made, but then in order for that student to actually participate, there needs to be parental consent. And we were seeing some gaps there. And so Heather, upon further investigation of that, was able to change with the school districts, consulting their legal counsel, to change that parental consent so that we reduced some barriers to increase parents in signing their student up. So there's some gaps like that. So we're consistently looking at how can we process improve, where are we, what are we not seeing that is causing a stumbling block for this type of work to occur. And Heather brought up the example in Sisters, the challenge around having a treatment provider there. So looking for innovative ways to bring in telehealth. So Heather's role really is targeting that. How do we make this work strongly? And so we're really grateful to have her. And as she mentioned, the evaluation will be when will that be done? When would we-
Ideally, like late July, early August.
And can you speak to some of the measures that you are looking at?
Yeah, definitely. We're looking at program fidelity. So there are like fidelity components to the brief intervention. So we're measuring that, but we're also looking at with student pre and post survey data, we're looking at their likelihood to continue use after the program across different substances. We're looking at their overall satisfaction. Has their use increased, decreased, stayed the same? And then their part of the program too is building that community within school systems. And so are they reporting like a higher likelihood to go to a trusted adult in the event that they need support in the future? And so really looking at that trusted adult connection within the school system.
Prior to Upshift implementation, students were spending anywhere from 2 to 10 days out of school. This program keeps students in school, so we're really excited about that opportunity to, we know that out of school suspension can actually be more detrimental, can actually increase drug use. So we're really excited that our efforts could bring this to our community.
So I'm curious to follow up on, you said you were struggling to get parental approval and you've reduced this barrier. So how did you reduce not letting the parents know that they've got a serious problem going on?
Yeah, we worked with High Desert ESD and school district attorneys just to adjust the parent and guardian consent process. So parent and guardians do need to be informed if their adolescent is going through the brief intervention, which we use an evidence-based curriculum called Teen Intervene. And it was that we needed like written, like pen to paper signature consent. And now all 3 school districts are able to accept consent verbally or via email, which it seems like such a small step, but it has significantly reduced the barrier of just parents' time and capacity to sign that piece of paper and bring it back to the school.
It wasn't that parents weren't being informed, it just the fault.
That's why I want to clarify.
Yeah.
Yes, because I'm going like, really? No, the parents need to know, and what they do with it is always another thing, but yes.
Yep. And part of the program too, the brief intervention includes a parent and guardian session that all parents and guardians are invited to. And so there are significant barriers for that happening, time and capacity being one of them. But last school year, we had 20 students, parents and guardians participate in that session 3. And based on the research, it just shows that there's even better outcomes if we have that full family support at the table. And so
So you said only 20 though?
yeah, only 20. Yep.
Well, hopefully they'll get the message that this is, yeah.
Yeah, we're really working on how can we, reduce those barriers for families to participate in those sessions with their adolescents.
Great.
Certainly happy to take more questions, but I did want to let you know that we would apply these dollars over the course of 3 years to maintain the position. And when we submit the application, we'll be submitting it. We do have letters of support from Ben Lapine Schools, Redmond School District, Sisters Middle School, Sisters High School, the Care Solace treatment referral program that Heather mentioned, as well as Rimrock Trails and Mosaic Community Health.
Sounds like the complete package.
the one last question I wanted to ask. So you described the 100, last year, 189 students completed, interventions and referrals to treatment. Do you have any sense of recurrence of problems? Essentially, does this really help kids avoid substance abuse for a substantial period of time after this intervention, or are they just as likely to, fall back into that as any other kid after you've completed this process?
Yeah, that is a great question. And honestly, one of the evaluation questions that our districts have been most interested in knowing, and similar to other public health initiatives, like it's going to take time to measure that. And so that's one of the pieces of data in our evaluation plans that we want to be able to track across multiple years to see, like, if a freshman were to go through this program, are they reviolating throughout their years in high school? And so because the program is newer and was only formally adopted in 2021-2022 academic year, we don't quite have that information right now, but it is very high on our radar and of interest of our school district leaders of, is this preventing reoccurrences? So what we do have is that student post-survey data where we do ask, has your substance use remained the same, increased, decreased, since starting the program, and the majority of students have reported that their substance use has decreased or that they have not used since starting the program. And so, yeah, that's what we currently have.
Thank you.
And the program that is being utilized, Teen Intervene, has shown to have an impact in that regard.
So there's evidence from other places. Got it.
Yep, it's a research tested curriculum that's used nationwide.
With that, I'll move approval to apply for the Central Oregon Health Council engaging communities and schools in substance misuse and overdose prevention grant.
Second.
Any further discussion?
I knew we were going to get there sooner or later.
Okay.
Good discussions. Yeah.
No, I think
Yeah,
it's,
really important to understand how this program works.
and you have to think what happened to all of these kids that were not in school for a couple years and all that they're dealing with now. So whatever we can do, I think it's really important. So Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So thank you so much. Nice to meet you, Heather. And Jessica, thank you for being here. Item number 7.
There's Janice, Holly, and Dan on our
Mm-hmm.
staff report.
It looks
Carol,
like
you
we're
can-
all-
You can
Good
You-
morning, Commissioner.
you can cover for all three of them.
Well, we'll see what.
We'll see where it goes.
Oh, and it
She'll
looks
try.
like Dan is
There he is.
virtually. I don't have to be Dan today. I'm Cheryl Smallman. I'm the business officer for Health Services. It's my pleasure to be here today. I am sitting in for Janice Garceau, the Health Services Director. She apologizes for not being able to be here today, but hopefully I can speak to any questions you might have. Deschutes County Health Services seeks approval to accept 2 Central Oregon Health Council, COHC for short, Behavioral Health Surplus Fund grants, which together total $1,101,984. We also seek authorization to extend 1 full-time equivalent or FTE position from June 30th, 2024 to June 30th, 2025. That's a Behavioral Health Specialist 1 position. We also seek approval of a board order to authorize Janice Garceau to sign the letters of agreement, which must be signed electronically in the COHC grant portal. Janice was here on March 6th seeking approval to apply for these grants. They are 2 grants, as I mentioned. The older adults grant, originally we requested approval to apply for $384,000 $484. We were awarded an additional $100,000 for that particular grant. She also spoke about the Stabilization Center grant, which we had requested $517,500, and we also were awarded an additional $100,000 for those services. And with that, I will take any questions.
So first thought is stabilization center grant. Is this new money or have we seen this before? Because I know it's always important to get that backfilled for all the, services offered there.
Yeah, they have had a COHC grant in the past.
There was one in, I think, 19 for $570,000.
Yep.
I was not,
amazing.
I was not allowed to make the motion because they said I was biased or whatever. So anyway, I do know we had that one. That was the
Right.
biggie.
Yep, absolutely. And then we received a $250,000 COHC grant for Stabilization Center, which was a matching grant for the impacts, CJC impacts grant, I believe. So those
Yes.
funds we're expending this year. We have expended those. We carried forward about, I think, 73,000 this year. So we have exhausted the COHC Stabilization Center dollars. So this is new. This is specific to respite and uncovered costs that we can't cover via Medicaid or other revenue.
But it's nice to have those funds because we're going to have to put the whole pie together one way or another. Yeah.
Cheryl, can you, so total cost to operate the stabilization center for a year, what percentage is 617,000? Roughly.
Is roughly 10%. And that's the entire crisis program. So not just the operations of the stabilization center.
Mm-hmm. Well, and then just starting off with the subject, surplus funds. I mean, that's kind of an awkward statement that's Central Oregon Health Council. But as I said, I mean, maybe Commissioner Dare, how is that term used, surplus?
Well, honestly, this was a whole nother story. I don't know if you want me to mention it all today, but there was funding in the Health Council that were surplus.
Yeah.
And they were able to give them out, and it was 4.1 million, if I do remember correctly. And it went to a couple other places besides here. Best Care got some funding for their programs. So, and maybe one or two other local providers in our community. And it was surplus. The fact that they had an extra 100,000 for each one of these, I wasn't aware of that.
Well, and I know that, they're really trying to be strategic, population health, best investments possible, the big pool of dollars from, I guess I don't know all the details,
was
but
told that-
OHP and Medicaid or whatever it is.
Right.
Per
They opened
person.
it up to the community, and because I asked about ideal options, they were not on the list. They did not get any funding. And yet, those are the people that work in our jail that do such a excellent program. So anyway, but I do believe that the funding is going to clearly be needed. And, $4 million is a significant amount of money to address the issues.
Is it you or Cheryl review for us where the funds that the Health Council allocates out, how those are generated?
You want me to try?
Sure.
Okay, so they have a contract with Pacific Source, and we have metrics that we must meet. And if those metrics are such that, and there is additional funding at the end of the financial fiscal year, and I believe these funds were, from maybe 22. They were funds from a while ago, and so that's why it was important to get them out in this timely matter. But it's a joint agreement. We're always watching our metrics. Are they doing exactly what they've always talked about doing? So, we're always reviewing those numbers through the through Pacific Source at our meetings. Where is it we're doing? Their numbers went up significantly during COVID. I believe, something like maybe 78,000 people that they were covering through that program. So it is, you want people to get the care that they actually need. That's really the important thing. And we do hear back from people in the community when they've had issues. We always have public stories at the first of our meetings, and I really appreciate those, you know, the good and the bad.
I mean, I think that there's the concept is that, you know, if you're doing certain kinds of work, you're preventing high costs downstream, and then those savings are some of the revenue that goes into this program. Is that
Conceptually, yeah.
how it works?
Yep.
Okay.
So the Commissioner Adair did a nice job talking about the different components that I'm aware of how COHC dollars come to be. So Medicaid enrollment for our area, Pacific Source receives a per member per month amount from Oregon Health Authority. And then COHC receives, I believe, 1% right off of that allotment that goes to COHC. When there is surplus, they annually create a budget, which the hospital and other providers will claim expenses against. So the higher the expenses, the less the surplus in that, in Pacific Source's annual budget. So essentially, if there's more surplus that goes to COHC, there's also various other agreements with agencies for a portion of that surplus. But those two components drive the budget for COHC, which then they decide and allocate out.
The interesting fact is that I believe I know it was at least 1 year and perhaps 2 years that there wasn't a positive number at the end, but Pacific Source did not require the Health Council to pay them back. So that has occurred. I mean, you know, we are watching the real numbers in today's world.
Well, it's good to see these dollars, right before our budget process to be able to be plugged in to, how we're going to provide services at this level in the next year. That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, and maybe surplus funds is not the right kind of for this program. I mean,
Right.
It sounds like, this is the dividend of people being healthier, right? If the hospital didn't have to draw down all those Medicaid funds to deal with someone who's having a diabetic emergency or something like that, then that this is like a health dividend. We get to reinvest this money into the future health of people because we didn't need it in this period. But rebranding. I'm mentally rebranding.
So Cheryl, what you said that this is 10%. So you're saying that the crisis program is actually a cost of over 6 million?
I think it's just underneath 6 million.
Million. Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure I backed into that number right. So,
Yeah.
Okay. 6 million.
With that, I'll move approval of document number. Can I move these both at the same time?
You can move.
Okay. Move approval. I'll move approval of document numbers 2024-264 and 2024-265, accepting Central Oregon Health Council surplus fund grants.
And I will second it.
Okay. Oh, I thought you were going to be able to move all of them. Okay. Any other comments? Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes.
I'll do the second one. Move approval of a board order 2024-011 designating signing authority to Janice Garceau.
Second.
Further discussion, Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So thank you. And then we have the third item.
Move approval of resolution number 2024-008, extending 1.0 limited duration FTE from June 30th, 2024 to June 30th, 2025.
And I will second it.
Further discussion, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes.
Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you, Cheryl. Nice to see you. Hope the twins are doing well. I can only imagine. And now we have Tarek with Tumalo.
Morning, Commissioners. Tarek Rawlings, Senior Transportation Planner with the Community Development Department and the Road Department. And today's scheduled deliberations for the Tumalo Community Plans update to the it's for the planning period of 2020 to 2040. It's an update to the existing 2010 to 2030 Tumalo Community Plan. The Tumalo Community Plan itself is an appendix of the county's comprehensive plan. And today's deliberations follow the board's public hearing on December 6th and a continued open record period to the 13th. We've kind of brought that back a considerable amount of time later. We had some things we had to reprioritize with the Redmond Airport Master Plan and the Transportation System Plan. So we appreciate all that patience during that time. But yeah, if there's no further questions, really, this is just following that December public hearing. Happy to go into really any initial questions you might have, but rather than this is a very subjective, very comment filled public process. And I think what's best captured, or a really good summation of that, is in the memo I've provided in your packet. It's on the last page of the memo, and it goes over the Planning Commission's review and recommendation. There are 4 areas that are highlighted in that section of the memo that the Planning Commission recommended that there be amendments added to or changed about the Tumalo Community Plan should the board take up those amendments. So just to kind of go through them very briefly, the first of the 4 amendments that were recommended by the Planning Commission was to remove policies number 10 and 11 from the Natural Resources, Open Space, and Recreation Policies section of the Tumalo Community Plan's goals and policies. These relate to districting for the nearby park for really any kind of tax district. There was pushback from the public that made its way into this Planning Commission recommendation to remove those 2 policies. The second recommendation was to add a policy to explore legislative changes to limit multifamily housing to 4 units in Tumalo. This was unanimously approved by the Planning Commission. This was largely in response to the concerns around sewer systems in Tumalo. And just to expand a little bit on that, and I'm sure you've seen this in public comment, the concern was that the addition of sewer would open up the floodgates, so to speak, for really high density development, things like apartment complexes, and the public sentiment was that those types of designs and development might not be compatible with the community itself. And so this recommendation to add a policy exploring a legislative change was responsive to some of those sentiments. The last 2 are pretty pie in the sky-ish types of recommendations.
Public art is very important,
It is.
especially when you drive around the roundabouts and you get to see it. So
Right. And this was focused probably mostly around the new roundabouts along Highway 20, but that expanded into a broader recommendation for just general support for public art in Tumalo. Then the fourth and final was a recommendation to encourage residents and community groups to reach out to Deschutes County for updates and information. Those are the 4 recommendations put forward by the Planning Commission. So you're welcome to focus any deliberative discussions on these areas or anything else from record, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Well, I'd support kind of taking a close look with the 3 of us about the policies in the Natural Resources, Open Space, and Recreation section, policies 10 and 11. Really just take a moment and digest that recommendation. And if we take them individually, number 10 is, I'm looking at page 166.
Correct.
Which is 33 of the document, but 166 of our packet. So the recommendation is to remove them. And so this would be the moment, the deliberations moment, if we support that or not.
Exactly. Yeah, very well said, Commissioner.
So I'll read number 10, assist in outreach to Oregon State Parks Department or municipal parks and recreation districts to explore the annexation of Tumalo into an existing district, assess opportunities for access and parking improvements at heavily used river access points. So this is kind of a bigger picture statement. Can you remind me, was there a community engagement on this topic, or is this kind of historical?
Yeah, this came up very regularly. It was a reluctance. There was so this is, I think we're focusing on the right wording here in that this is really focused on the park district. Even though the recommendation from the planning commission sort of labeled it as districting. Generally, this is, there was sentiment to not have the spillover tourist effects, impacts like that from potentially being absorbed into that district and having that tourism effect spread into other areas, essentially.
When you mentioned spillover effects of annexing to that district, what were you referring to?
There's kind of a
Bend?
term I've heard called love to death, for.
Yeah, but I mean the Bend Park District,
This
City
would
of
be the
Bend.
Tumalo, it's a state park system, Tumalo State.
But that's not a district. I guess, I'm trying to get real clear on
Well, so they have a park district boundary and
the
that is
Tumalo State Park.
Tumalo State Park. It's a state
Yep.
related boundary, but I believe it's tax districting in terms of the purpose of that boundary. And other purposes probably for the land that's brought into that boundary.
I'm not tracking on the taxing. So
I think that's not necessarily in the recommendation. That's my attempt to summarize some of the public comments around it. I think they were worried that they'd get taxed should they be brought into a district. They were worried that they would have to experience impacts that they haven't experienced before because of being brought into this district. There was not really any other details or technical analysis for it than that.
And this recommendation was in there previously.
This came straight out of the planning commission's portion, but
No, but I mean, was this recommendation here in the previous version of this?
yes, policy
no.
9 and 10, or excuse me, 10 and
10 and
11 were in the initial draft and continue to be in this initial draft.
Were they in the previous version though,
They were
2010
not, from
public?
my understanding.
Okay, so this is new
Correct.
recommendation. Yeah, so as I say, I haven't really dove deep into this one specifically.
This has potential implications for the county as a landowner, as a property owner. If my fellow commissioners are not familiar, there's a chunk of county land smack dab in the middle of Tumalo that has become a major takeout point for people tubing down the river. Some years ago when I was running for office, I went and I took a look at it, and basically someone on county staff had put up a sign that said, if you hurt yourself here, we're not responsible. It's just basically like,
Yeah.
covering our butts. But I do, that this, if there's resistance to kind of, I actually want to understand the legal implications of this. If there's resistance to actually making improvements, kind of creating an actual, like, more formal park like setting and outtake point for the river, and people just keep using it, are we at greater liability risk if we just leave it like that? Or are we at greater liability risk if we were, turn that spot over to the state or to a park district for them to manage? I
might, and I think county council might be a really good resource for that specific question of liability on our county owned properties within sort of this recreational corridor of the river. I might just point out before we potentially get into that discussion, both these policies as worded are not very, they don't have very much teeth, I would say. They're kind of like, one says to assist in the outreach to the state parks department, to explore the annexation. That would be something, I assume that wording is targeted at county staff or a designee of the county in order to make that outreach. I would say there is nothing in that, I mean, unless I'm really misreading how this wording is put together, there's nothing in there that automatically creates district annexation, creates any formal step in that process. This is just a very high level encouragement to explore potentially connecting with that park district. And then I would say that number 11 is similar, but it's saying, aside from the state parks district, in Tumalo State Park, associated with Tumalo State Park, should the county form their own district. That's probably what that one is saying.
Mhm.
And then that one's even then that policy is directing that to the comprehensive plan update process, not necessarily this Tumalo community plan process. So they're so I think it's a completely valid question for the liability of the legal implications for that county owned land. I just wanted to point to some of the
Right.
not
right.
not super concrete wording of these.
Right. So if we remove these policies, it doesn't mean we couldn't explore this either way. Explore not doing it or explore doing it. But I mean, could I ask someone from county legal to?
They're sitting there, they're wondering when they're going to
Oh,
be
there
asked.
she is.
And
I saw a lot of furrowed brows when I brought this up, so
Tarek, I do,
gave you a couple minutes to think about it.
you do have it ID'd on our big chart with yellow as an addition. Was it the yellow to be cautious?
Yellow is slightly modified language. It's not brand new.
Well, it says none.
Or if there's not, sorry, I'm mixing up blue and yellow. There was no change. That means that it probably was in some form in the previous 2010 plan. I can say we didn't act on that.
No, from 2010, there's none is for 2010, and then it's yellow for
So then
the,
it's brand new. That was my initial thought.
okay,
For new policies, yeah.
okay, and then you're saying, okay, thank you.
Good morning, commissioners. Stephanie Marshall, Assistant Legal Counsel. Wow, this seems really loud. To address the questions and the comments that I've heard so far on these policies or these proposed policies, it's true, the comprehensive plan in general and this subset of the comp plan, they're what is the county hoping to do, thinking about doing, encouragement to maybe think about doing, I mean, there's a lot of aspirational language in the plan and in this part of the plan. It doesn't, not having these policies in, as I think Commissioner Chang was just questioning, does not foreclose future discussions or considerations by the county of what they might want to do in order to protect or limit its potential liability when it comes to the park there and people taking out. I think Commissioner Chang, I don't know if I can restate the question that you originally asked, but maybe if you try to do that, I can try to give you a more direct answer.
I guess the status quo, county owning a big chunk of land right on the river in the middle of Tumalo and people using it as a river takeout. Are there legal liability risks associated with that?
Well,
Basically, all we've got right now is a sign that says we're not responsible if you're using this land.
Right. Any county-owned land on which a person is injured, the sign, it might be kind of like a, hey, don't, be careful. But there's always the possibility that the county could be named in a lawsuit. How successful the county would be in any particular lawsuit depends on the facts, the type of injury, how it occurred, and a lot of other things. It's the typical lawyer's answer of it depends. And it looks like Chair Adair has a follow-on question.
Okay, so I'm hearing about all these squatting issues all over the country, and they said the most important, you need to have no trespassing posted. Now, do we post no trespassing, or we just say enter the river on your own risk?
Well, no trespassing potentially reduces the status of a person that is on that property. Any property owner owes the least amount of protection, if you will, to somebody that's on there without authority or against a prohibition not to be there. Absent that, there can be an argument made. They were invited, they're members of the public, this is public property, it's open to the public, all of that. So it does help to potentially mitigate against liability, but I would again caution that the particular facts of any situation really is what drives the ultimate, are we liable? And the more steps that a landowner takes to prevent, whether it's fencing or any of those additional steps to keep people off the property on which they could be injured. That's just additional, what's the word I'm looking for? Those are additional measures that might mitigate against potential liability.
But this is public property for public access.
Exactly. Right.
Okay, now that I understand the implications for the Tumalo community plan, we don't have to dig into this any further. I mean, maybe we flag this for a little bit of investigation with county property management.
Well, these are high level comprehensive statements.
Mhm.
Do we support some Deschutes County resources? Could be us or staff or anybody just talking about the opportunity for, recreational management. So that's kind of what I see here. It's public land utilized for recreational purposes, but not defined in a park district, not maintained, not improved. It's just public land for public access.
Is there any policy language that would address or help protect with like a recreational immunity or not in the plan that might achieve multiple objectives?
Right. Yeah. That's another really good question. That recreational immunity has come up recently. I don't know if the commissioners know, people hiking on the coast and getting injured.
On a bridge or something. Yeah.
Right. And again, if there's a specific takeout with steps and railings, all of that kind of thing, those are the additional steps like fencing to keep out trespassers that could be taken to be like, yeah, we were aware there were potential risks and we've taken steps,
To improve the situation.
Correct.
Yep.
I'm trying to find the property ownership map in the packet, but I mean, the state still owns a big chunk of land in this community plan area that's not really part of the developed state park right now. Is that correct?
That's correct. In the sort of southwest region of Tumalo proper on the north side of the river, I believe that's large part is owned by the state park up there. I'm just pulling up dial map real quick.
It's just that nobody has developed any park facilities there.
Yeah, it appears that way, exactly.
Is it basically just a big floodplain area? Or
I believe
southwest,
it looks
southwest or southeast?
yeah, it's not there is a lot of floodplain in that area. It seems to be sort of the flattest portion, right where the river, right where the bridge crosses into Tumalo.
That's the
It's fairly zoomed out in those area maps too, so it might be a little more difficult. Yeah, I believe you're referring to sort of the corridor that surrounds the downhill. If we're going north into Tumalo on Highway 20, it sort of surrounds the downhill curvature right before it crosses the bridge. And then once you cross the bridge on both sides of the highway, that ownership continues for a little bit.
yeah. Thank you.
You're right. That sort of the larger sections of those southern OPRD owned properties are almost all exclusively in the floodplain.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, according to this map, that stuff is already part of Tumalo State Park. It's not just state park ownership. It's
Right. Yeah, exactly. It comes up. So if you turn on in dial, there's a tax district layer for parks. And that is kind of probably the best boundary I'd point you to. That one doesn't actually come up for state park. But you're right though. There's already correlation between the two boundaries, the unincorporated community and the park district itself extends fairly far north into there. I think so. Just to maybe zoom out a little bit, I think one of we crafted these two policies in response to concerns of recreational impacts in the actual river corridor itself. There was concern about people with litter and dog impacts and waste, and people making braided user trails I don't believe there's a designated trail corridor there, but people making their own user paths. And then there was that inevitably led to the question of who pays for this, who manages any kind of efforts like that. We would, just within the river corridor, OPRD is sort of the authority on a lot of those scenic standards, things like that. So our original intent was to sort of address some of those community concerns we heard about the place getting loved to death, pretty much focused around that takeout put in point,
Right.
but also extending further south along the river corridor. So that was our attempt to try to say, hey, if you were interested in those types of efforts, or a system in place to put funding or work hours towards it, it would probably be through some type of park district, whether an existing or a brand new one that we create on our own.
And what is the ownership of those floodplain areas where this kind of unofficial trails are?
Yeah, they're right in most of them, I believe, are right in the river corridor. So there's no ownership per se. It's within the mapped floodway of the actual river. If it extends to the east, which I've heard is kind of the primary location of some of the impacts, then the nearest private owned property is CLR Inc., which is a large landholder around that area. They own a fairly large acre parcel that borders Highway 20 and goes further south before bordering itself right onto Tumalo State Park. So that's that might, if I'm picturing where you're going with this thought, that might be an option as well, is to have the private landowner be someone that's worked with or coordinated with on some of those efforts.
Yeah, I mean, if the private landowner is the one who's expressing concerns about trespass, then they can address their trespass issues. But the floodplain that's not public or county property or yeah, I mean, nobody owns it. I mean, there's
the trails themselves are really hard to pin down, and so they braid all over the place. But I think that was the only thought, is that there's no designated trail itself. There was a few very rare comments saying, yeah, we totally would like a formal system in place and to designate this trail and have it signed and everything. There were more people just sort of generally saying they'd like it cleaned up and to have there was a lot of emphasis on dog waste and dog impacts. So pretty broad. But then it seems that when we put that wording together, there was pushback against the idea that they would be forced to be absorbed into a district or forced to create a new district.
So people want it maintained and cleaned up, but they don't want anyone to be responsible for that.
I think, for lack of a better term, that might be, there was pushback against being subject to maybe some districts higher rules or regulations.
And then new taxes too in
And
support
taxes
of it
were
all.
mentioned a lot.
Taxes, yes. People are very well aware of taxes.
So I conclude from my point of view that I don't mind having these in there. It gets, because as soon as we started looking at it, it could go every direction, but it's really a conversation starter. And if the stars align and there's an effort down these paths, we have it in a comprehensive plan that said, oh yeah, this is a big issue that was talked about, because it doesn't answer any questions here. It just is a conversation starter in the community plan. So I support keeping them both at this time.
Can you just explain a little more what the planning commission's logic was in recommending taking these out?
Sure. I mean, to the best of my understanding, it was very similar. They were saying, let's not. There was actually even discussion of trying to make sure that Tumalo was never annexed into Bend, the city of Bend, as well. It was this general discussion of keeping it its own independent community. The overarching sentiment was to push away the absorption into other districts, other bodies, other jurisdictions. That was kind of a very high level sentiment we saw in public comment.
Well, so if we don't include these things, it doesn't mean that these discussions can't happen.
Correct. They could still
If we
happen.
do include these things, it signals that we want these conversations to happen.
Oh, well, so yeah, and I would, my experience, in fact, so I went and reviewed the Newberry Country Plan recently, the one that was published, a dozen years ago or whatever. There's statements in there that haven't been followed up on, but it's a good reminder that this was the topic of the day. And if it comes back around again, it's a reminder that, oh yeah, this is something that's been out here for a long time. So that's how I see it. I don't see it as, you shall take action on this in a time period. It's a topic that can and should come up at some point. Slight distinction, but that's the way I see it.
I remember going to Tumalo in like 14, because I'm almost in Tumalo almost every day. And especially if I'm running out of gasoline. So there's the very, they're very engaging community station, and it's always got a great little memo on their billboard. So really appreciate Tumalo, but keeping it with that charm, though, even though I agree with Commissioner DeBonne, even though they weren't included in 2010, who would have known that the bite would be there now, and the number of people that make Tumalo their destination, and yet Tumalo wants to remain charming Tumalo. So just recognizing that they've been a destination resort in Central Oregon now, and I appreciate that, but we want to keep them with their character, but possibly having the protection of these different points of reference. I think it's a good idea.
I mean, could we put something else in here that's a little less pointed towards exploring district formation? I mean, if the real issue is inappropriate use and inadequate maintenance of the river floodplain, as a open space, we put something in there about kind of figuring that out. It doesn't push towards, district or no district. It just says, this is the problem that needs to be fixed. I don't know if that actually gets at the heart of all of this discussion or not, or whether there's other stuff that people are concerned about that they want to talk about a district or no district. But I mean, I would think if we at least flag the problem that people are putting forward and say, work needs to be done on it, without kind of driving it towards district formation or not district formation, then that leaves it actually more open to different ways of solving the problem.
So that
And
would,
then it's captured, it's identified, so we don't forget about it in 5 years. But
that would mean dropping number 11.
I think that would mean dropping number 10 and 11.
Oh, okay, both. But as I say, I mean,
and
working back to
putting something else, like a new 10 or 11, that just talks about, unmanaged use of, open space floodplain areas, and having to address impacts and safety, probably.
There's one thought I might offer is that at the time we crafted this policy and we're having these initial discussions with the community, there was no entity really locally. That was why I think this took the form of, let's talk to other districts if they can help. Let's talk about making our own if we can help. I would say since then there's been a nonprofit group formed that sort of absorbed a lot of these. They didn't absorb them, but they're addressing a lot of these sort of community scale concerns. And I remember initially at the time when we were doing the Tumalo school meetings and really in person rolling out the public process, there was talk about just doing community river cleanups and things like that, but there was no one to organize them. So we had to just skip that entire sort of grassroots approach and just go towards what we thought of as district formation as sort of the county's arm in how we could help with that. I would say that those were discussions, very more verbal and sort of just as part of the chatter we heard, but it was, there was talk about it being sort of community led and it could be done at that scale. You know, I don't think there's a way we can regulate, you know, assigning that to a nonprofit or a different third party that's not a part of the county system. But I will note that has come up since our initial outreach, is that there's they're called the Tumalo Community Foundation. And there were, I believe it was a couple of the initial commenters as part of this public process that went away and formed that group. So it's just one other thought.
So maybe it's just the second sentence of number 10, assess opportunities for access and parking improvement at heavily used river access points, because that's the content.
At heavily used at river access.
Just the
Commissioner,
second part of number 10.
I was going to suggest exactly the same, something similar, explore options 2, and then fill in the blank with, and then community partners or something of that nature. The other question I had was, as part of the county's comprehensive plan update, well, that's going to occur from April to June and then it's over. And so the timeline was almost too specific in which
I agree. I think that now the timeline for all these plans have changed since their initial drafting. And so, yeah, that might be an opportunity to reword just to bring it into reality.
Is number 12 also designate new parks and maintain local parks? So.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm not opposed to some changes here. I support statements in here, knowing that this is a comprehensive effort, you know, and then we'll, just like a work plan and future prior efforts, some of this will get picked up and some won't in different priorities.
I support that. I think I would like to see a little bit broader or maybe additional language around, you know, basically floodplain stewardship. I mean, you know,
Sure.
the cleanups, the
Well,
wildlife impacts.
oh, did you want to say something?
Yeah, commissioners, if I may, good morning, your planning manager, Will Groves. I'm thinking, as hearing this discussion, I've got some language which would be support community-led efforts to address concerns regarding recreational use of and impacts to the Deschutes River.
That work.
Simple.
Yeah.
Right.
And would that be in place of both of these, or would that additional language?
I would think that would be in place of those.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that replaces kind of.
So a single policy replacing. Excellent. Thank you for the wording, Mr. Groves.
But it helped for us to go back and forth a little bit, kind of
Well,
really.
that's good
figure it out.
because we're going to still be at 14. We won't be at 13. So,
You got to be careful there.
well, we're going to keep it at 14.
Yeah, I appreciate the discussion on that. And I think the discussion highlighted a lot of the multiple facets that sort of plug into those policies and the ideas behind them. If there were no other thoughts.
There was one other thing I wanted to ask about. So we're supposed to be, our scope is supposed to stay within the record to date on this, in this community plan. But I wanted to flag either for discussion now, or if it's nowhere in the record, for discussion later for my fellow commissioners, that the and Tarek would be a very good person to give background on this, but the MPO is looking, you know, it has to on a required timeline, the MPO has to look at the boundaries of the MPO, and the Tumalo part within the boundaries of the MPO is kind of a big question mark right now. I've shared with the and is there anything about the MPO or transportation infrastructure investments in the community plan? I mean, is it
Not with this one. There are
Okay.
some even in the TSP, they're not necessarily
So this is
related to the MPO bound.
so I need to wait to talk later. That's out. This is out, that MPO is out of MPO boundary is out of the scope of this.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, just flagging that, you know, being in the MPO boundary, in my opinion, gives you access to funds, but I want to be sensitive to the concerns of Tumalo residents about, Ben coming to gobble them up or things like that. So. And that'll come back later.
Yes.
Absolutely. Any further discussion on those natural resources policies, number 10 and 11, or anything else about the planning commission's recommendation?
Can we go to number 2?
You're welcome to go in whatever order, but
Okay.
yeah, if we're going through the planning commission's recommendations, we could go to that second bullet point that's in related to limiting multifamily housing units. So this was again a recommendation that we add, and this is again very doesn't have a whole lot of teeth in it. It says that we would add a policy to explore legislative changes to limit multifamily housing to 4 units in Tumalo. So if that was made into a new policy, it would just say explore legislative changes to limit multifamily housing units or housing to 4 units in Tumalo.
And that was passed unanimously.
That was a unanimous planning commission recommendation, correct?
I like it.
And I'm happy to support that.
And it doesn't mean that you couldn't have 2 4-unit structures next to each other. It just
That's
means that
correct. I think
it just means that one,
A lot. Yeah, probably.
one
it's
is
probably a per lot thing as
Okay.
well. Just with the size of the lots. in
Right.
Tumalo,
it
But
just means that, yeah, okay,
correct.
got it.
Which seems reasonable, especially as lot sizes.
So then we're at number 3.
Sure. That sounds like there was
Unanimous support?
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner's approval as well. So yes, we're into 3 and 4. They're very floaty. We in theory, we're already available for number 4, and we do that with somewhat regularity. So I'm happy to incorporate whatever language you'd like, but I just kind of wanted to I would also point out that our support for public art in Tumalo, I've coordinated with the road department. We do not have any funding to direct towards any kind of public art, especially if it's within ODOT jurisdiction, but also for any other road facing,
Yeah.
county road facing.
So you're pointing out that, yeah, hopefully that there is no intention of expectation of funding, I guess is what,
Correct.
because I love to see beautiful art, but I don't spend big money on it,
I think that's
personally. Yeah.
reflected in,
Yeah.
the sentiment.
Well, I mean, think of Tumalo and what they have next to like Highway 20. Somebody has put a lot of thought into it, and they do like to have their branding, and I appreciate that. So I'm just, it's really nice when a community can come together and do those pleasant surprises when you're driving.
Sure. It sounds like this will make pending a final vote on this, and I might run a little bit of wording by you should we get to that approval. It's just right now it's just kind of public art as worded. So, but I'll wait until there's sort of a final.
Nick, did you?
I was just going to say, this is just important for the legislative record, is that support can take many forms. So people they can come back and listen to this meeting or
Yeah,
read
so
in the
write me a
record.
check because it says support. Yeah.
Support does not necessarily imply financial. Support can be many forms.
Very good point. Yeah, I think this is an opportunity to support any opportunities really, is I believe the intent of that. Yeah, very, very helpful. Sure. Any final thoughts on?
Well, so I would support a statement to public art, but clarifying that we don't have an art fund.
Sure.
I don't know what that looks like.
I might, as an initial thought on wording, I might just suggest that it would be, encourage the support of public art, encourage opportunities for public art in Tumalo, something like that. I'm just going to put that down initially,
That's
but
fine.
if there's any other thoughts, about the, wording of no lack of funding, I'd be happy to entertain any, thoughts on wording you might have.
And, and we have written checks in support of efforts through the Video Lottery Fund, which are our most flexible dollars. So, at any moment, there may be some money, but I mean, we shouldn't put an expectation there.
Keep it broad with this.
Mhm.
Okay.
Broad is good.
Any Commissioner Chen, do you have any final thoughts, just by chance? Excellent. All right, well, it sounds like the public art will read, the new public art policy will read, encourage opportunities for public art in Tumalo. Unless there are any other thoughts. Wonderful. If that's all our discussion for the public art planning commission recommendation, then we're really at our fourth and final planning commission recommendation, which was the encouragement of residents and community groups to reach out to Deschutes County for updates and information. And I again would point out that we already are.
I thought you said you already do it. We're not telling you to stop.
We are, yeah, absolutely. And I'm clarifying that for the purpose of the board's discussion today, but I do want to point out that this was still a recommendation put forward by the planning commission. There were 2 commissioners in opposition. They more or less didn't see the point in it.
Yeah, so I don't support putting words in there along those lines. This is what we do.
Sure, that we continue to be available, or I mean, I'm totally fine with the wording as is. Again, it doesn't really change anything about how available we already are to that community. So
Well, yeah, so I guess, do we include it or not? Statement that says encourage residents and community groups to reach out to Deschutes County for updates and information.
I can go either way.
Yeah, see, I was
Redo
thinking
it.
not, just
Yeah.
because it's more words about,
Right.
and because this is what we do. We are the,
It doesn't seem like it's necessary, but
I mean, as we saw around all the wastewater discussions, if people aren't getting information from the county, they fill the vacuum with some very interesting assumptions and creative storytelling of their own sometimes. So I see some value in including a statement like this.
that's fine. So there's support for it.
okay, Tarek.
So we would support just including this statement in. Very good. I would be open to, those were all of the planning commission's recommendations. I'd be open to any other questions or deliberative points or any other discussions the board would be interested in having today.
So just a high level statement, it's a great sense of place. And as I say, I really support the fact that we're taking time to do this, plan for a geographic area, kind of a subset of Deschutes County, fits into the county comprehensive plan, more finer focus on this specific area, a lot of history in this area also. So I would encourage residents just to take a few minutes and flip through it. It's just always interesting to, read a little bit of the history of the area, the scope of what's in land use planning in a comprehensive plan chapter like this.
And to think it almost was the center of Deschutes County, but then it wasn't. And I really appreciate that they want to continue their rural sense. And I think that's important.
I mean, I came in not at the very beginning of this process, and it was a pretty contentious process at moments. But I hope that the people of the Tumalo area believe that the county has done their best to listen to them, try to understand their hopes and concerns for the future, and channel that all into a plan and vision document for them that we will I'm very committed to trying to make sure that the things that the community has asked for that the county will deliver in the coming years.
All right. Thank you again for your continuity and all your great work for Deschutes County. We appreciate having you.
Thank you very much.
I hope your bosses tell you that every day
They do.
too.
They're really
Are
nice.
we?
I'm sure they do.
Are we going to move to approve the plan?
Well, so yeah, what is the next step? Because I'm comfortable proceeding with the guidance, with the items discussed. We haven't seen it in its final form, but there's just a few word changes.
I would maybe before a final motion, I'm just gonna make sure I got everything right and maybe read it back to you here. So I was in place of the natural resource policies, number 10 and 11, we are going to include a new statement pretty much focused on mitigation of river packs, support community-led efforts to address concerns regarding recreational use of and impacts to the Deschutes River. Will be the wording replacing numbers 10 and 11 in the natural resource open space policies.
Could that say the river and its floodplain?
No, but I will if there's
I support that. yeah.
friendly support for that, then be happy to incorporate that.
There's old soggy land that that isn't covered if we just talked about the river
And you said and associated floodplain.
and its floodplain.
And he said, and it's.
Gotcha. Perfect. Very good. Okay. And then it looks like there is support for the exact inclusion of the exact wording of the multifamily limiting policy, limiting the multifamily complexes to 4 units total. There was a reworded inclusion of the public art policy to read encourage opportunities for public art in Tumalo. And then there was and then inclusion of the planning commission's exact wording for outreach to encourage residents and community groups to reach out to Deschutes County for updates and information, if that was all correct.
I support.
Sounds like you captured it all.
Very good. I think with those amendments, I think a final motion might be an
Okay.
as amended.
I move approval and adoption of the Tumalo Community Plan update, amended as discussed today.
And I will second it.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes.
Thank you very much, commissioners.
So will that come back as an ordinance again still? So kind of the formal. with the
Probably very
words.
similar to the transportation system plan process. So
Yeah.
we'll make these changes here, package it in an ordinance and come back for first reading probably in the next, I
Yeah.
hope to do it pretty quickly. So maybe.
So that was our
2 weeks from now.
conclusion of deliberations is basically what we voted on.
Exactly. Yes, with that deliberations are closed. And so, yeah, we'll just come back with a
Great.
first and second reading. If there's any edits or things like that that need to be
Mhm.
made between first and second, we'll just go through the kind of same procedure for that. But really appreciate your time and coordination on this one. And I'll see you in a few
Thank
weeks.
you.
Yeah.
And we appreciate you. So
Very much.
thank you.
Thanks, Tara.
Okay, so now Bill, you're on the agenda. Lucky you.
Numbers.
Number 9. Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Bill Kuhn, Deschutes County Treasurer. Like to present the February Treasurer's Report, and I'll discuss, as usual, a little bit of kind of a high-level overview of economic conditions. Been an interesting couple of weeks on the economic news front. So first, I'll lead off with on last Friday, Congress finally approved a $1.2 trillion full-year budget to keep our federal government funded for the balance of the fiscal year through September 30th. This was accomplished as the two parties were able to negotiate through several divisive issues, including the border, continued funding for Ukraine and Israel, and other major hurdles. For those keeping score at home, this was the 5th attempt to come up with a longer-term funding package for our federal government. And now the focus will turn to preparing for the 2025 budget discussion. So more to come there. Also last week, the Fed met on March 19th and 20th and decided to leave rates unchanged for the 5th consecutive meeting, with leadership conveying a message of patience to allow previously restrictive policy decisions to further soften economic activity. This message does not necessarily convert to immediate rate cuts, again, supporting the kind of higher for longer rate scenario that I've been reporting on the last several months. The next Fed meeting is scheduled for April 30th and May 1st. Interesting. I read a comment over the weekend that with the Federal Open Market Committee's attention to maintaining positive growth, which they have, now they're wondering if they inadvertently failed to raise rates high enough to quell price pressures. So they're kind of dealing with that right now too. Kind of a market expectation that inflation is not softening as quickly as they thought it would. The market is still forecasting 3 rate reductions in 2024. With the first potentially occurring in June, with a target year-end rate of 4.60. They now foresee fewer rate cuts in 2025, with a forecasted year-end rate of 3.90 at the end of 2025. And essentially, they want to leave rates again higher for longer to do everything that they can to quell these inflationary pressures that we've been dealing with over the last however many months. Inflation readings for January and February came in firmer than expected, and economic growth has proven resilient. The expectation is that core inflation will be at 2.6% by year end, which is higher than the 2.4% previously expected. And again, their overall target is 2%.
Are you talking about the end of September, or what year end? Are you talking about calendar year
I'm
end?
talking about year end, fiscal year.
December, okay.
Not the.
You're talking
the
fiscal,
calendar.
federal fiscal year end.
Yeah, no, this would be 12/31
Okay,
calendar year end.
calendar.
Yeah.
Okay, I just
Yeah.
trying to put it in my head.
No, I appreciate that clarification. From a manufacturing perspective, the producer price index rose 1.6% year over year, which again was higher than forecast. And again, this measures the change in price of goods sold by manufacturers. In February, the U.S. economy added 275,000 jobs, which was considerably higher than forecast. But the unemployment rate did tick up to 3.9% at month end, which is also beginning to show the effects from earlier larger scale layoffs. Nationally, monthly housing data showed positive signals. February existing home sales jumped 9.5%, which was the largest monthly increase in a year. Building permits of 1.518 million were 1.95% above January starts and up 8.6% above a year ago. So we're starting to see some positive news on the housing front. I'll just in general talk about with the Fed not taking action at their Fed meeting last week, but again forecasting higher for longer. That's had a significant impact on the 30-year mortgage rate, which is now 7.83% currently, and that was up from 6.625% a month ago. So again, that's having or will potentially have a negative impact on housing. Just a significant jump in that 30-year mortgage rate.
7.83.
Yeah, it was actually jumped to 7.838 at the end of last week.
Okay, that's
And that
way
was up
higher.
from 6.625 the previous month.
That's a
So
huge
significant
jump.
increase there. As I usually report on at a regional level, I'll provide some data on several markets within Deschutes County. Ben's single family market had a median sales price of $682,000, which was down from $700,000 in January. Median sales price is starting to fall, but it still continues to be impacted by higher end $1 million plus homes that are within the monthly sales data. Of the 106 total sales in February, 18 of these sales, 17% were above $1 million. There's a 1.5 month supply of homes currently listed, with roughly 40 days listing for sold homes. So that's starting to extend out a little bit. Last month, it was 30 days. Positive news, the Bend area single family home building permits jumped to 53 permits in February from 25 in January. Again, part of that is seasonal, but again, I think there is some pent-up demand there that we're starting to see the positive impact from. Redmond statistics for the year showed a similar trend, with current median sales price of $511,000, which was flat from $510,000 at year end. Redmond area permits were only 17 for the month, which was a decline from the high of last year. Most sales in the Redmond area continue to kind of be in that high $400,000 to low $500,000 range, which seems to define affordable housing in this region. Looking at several other markets in Deschutes County, Sisters Market, 965,000 median sales price. Sun River was 923,000 and La Pine was 475,000.
Okay, but how many of those sales were cash?
Significant number of those sales are still cash.
Yeah. And that's what
And that-
our report in Sun River
Yeah.
said the other day.
Yeah, and that really hasn't changed for quite some time, is that especially in the higher end homes, a lot of those are cash transactions. They're not being financed. Any questions on economic activity? If not, I'll
Thanks for taking time to kind of could put that big picture, because I hear a little bit in the news as I'm driving back and forth sometimes, but that's good to hear the big picture.
Yeah, and I appreciate those comments because sometimes it's good to look back and kind of see where we've been to appreciate where we are right now. Obviously, the stock market is just going absolutely crazy, although it has softened over the last several days. But the Fed action, I think, is going to be telling in terms of when they start to cut rates and by how much. And everything that I've been reading recently is that they're going to be very, very cautious. When they start cutting rates, it's kind of, once they start that process, it's really difficult to go back the other direction.
Yeah, so a couple of people that I'm listening to in the morning say they're not going to be 3 cuts.
Yeah, that was as of their meeting minutes, basically indicated that. But whether or not that happens, I again continue to be very cautious on when rate cuts are actually going to occur and how dramatic those cuts are going to be. And I just feel in the second half of this year that they're still going to be focused on containing inflation and slowing down economic activity. And really the only tool in their tool belt is what they do from a rate policy standpoint. So
Bill, did you say that the median home price in Sisters, pretty much everything else you shared was, declines, but was the median home price in Sisters, was that actually still increasing?
yeah, those two outlying markets, both Sun River and Sisters are aberrations. Number one, they're small markets, limited inventory. And so the sales data is somewhat, again, there isn't a broad-based to calculate those median sales prices. And again, most of the sales are $1 million plus transactions.
Are you talking, is this a median sales price then? Because the house that sold for like 15 million, it just was up there. That wouldn't.
It's not the average. It's
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So that wouldn't necessarily.
But it does include Sisters Country.
I believe
Does it really?
does. It's such a small market that I believe it picks up the rural area around Sisters as well. So it's not just the Sisters city limit. Yeah,
Okay.
but again, those two markets continue to stay quite strong.
So, I'm waiting for the apartment number. Do we have it?
I don't have that yet. No.
Oh, gosh.
No, likely won't have it until probably mid-April.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
And that'll be first quarter 2024 data.
I was told the apartment number is really for new apartments that are vacant.
No, these are
Okay.
This is this is market data for all available units.
That's
not
what I
just
thought.
new. Yeah, no, this is the available open inventory is what they're viewing and basically it's part of that survey. So they're looking at older properties as well as the brand new units coming online.
Okay.
And they don't actually count until they're actually finished and available for rent.
Thank you so much.
So this isn't the pipeline of projects being developed, but it's ones that are actually completed and ready for rent.
Okay. Excellent.
Anyway, what I'll do is I'll provide just a quick overview. February Treasurer's Report. Portfolio balance at the end of the month was 343 million, which is an increase of 14.1 million from January. And again, we're benefiting by the significant influx of tax receipts. But I would say the significant increase month over month was the receipt of 15 million in funding from DOJ in February. That those funds have been all invested back into the market with maturities to match the expected payment stream on the courthouse project. So basically what we've done is I've taken those funds and match funded our expected need with the courthouse construction project. So as those maturities roll out, we should have the funding needed to with some margin for error, recognizing that that's not an exact science, but it was really based on the expected project disbursements to fund that construction project. Net investment earnings for $885,000 for the month, which is down slightly from last month's earnings, only slightly, but $345,000 higher than a year ago. And again, that's reflective of a significant higher rate environment and more efficient funds management, and then just kind of overall growth in the portfolio. All portfolio category balances are well within policy guidelines. The LGIP rate did actually increase 1st of February to 5.2%, which is where it stands right now. And with active reinvestment over the last several months, the portfolio has a weighted term to maturity of roughly a year. It's 0.96 years. But that is also being somewhat skewed by the fact that we're maintaining roughly $40 million in what I would consider to be short-term liquidity, funds held both with First Interstate Bank and also in the LGIP pool. And those funds are yielding the LGIP rate of 5.2%. Any questions regarding this report? Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
very much.
Okay, we now have the finance report. Thank you, Robert.
Morning, Commissioners. Robert Tintel, Chief Financial Officer. Today we'll be presenting the finance report for February 2024. Again, a reminder, these are unaudited reports, but it's what's available in our system as of today. You have in your packet on page 256 is the beginning of the memo that I'll start over. The front cover is just a dashboard of the general fund overall. We see that every month. I'll be going over the general fund in a bit more detail in a few minutes. But overall, the revenues in the general fund is at 42 million or 94% of budget, slightly over. Last year, we were at $40 million, about 91.5% of budget. So revenues in a little bit higher at this point. And expenses year to date are 29.4 million or 63.5% of the budget. And again, last year comparison, 28.7 million or 63.3% of the budget. So again, we're right on target about where we would expect to be at this time of year in both of those areas as well. Next page, 257 in your packet is the position control summary. We did increase by 1 FTE from the prior month, and that was for an FTE in the 911 that was approved. Our vacancy rate, you can see there, is holding steady around 10%, a little over 10%. So there's not a lot overall. There's not a lot of fluctuation. So we're maintaining about a 10% rate across all funds at this point.
So Robert, so the fact that 911 jumped up to 6.48 of unfilled positions means then that one of those is just a brand new position?
Yes.
Because I saw that number and I thought, oh my gosh, we're heading to summer and if they're short over 6 people. So that's good to know that we are short 6 people, but we should be
The recent one added.
Yes. Okay.
As well. Yes. Next page 258 in your report, again, I'll speak to it a little more. Again, it's a newer report you saw for the first time. Last time it's the total personnel and overtime report. The first set of columns in total personnel costs, it really identifies where funds where projected total personnel costs is greater than the budget. And that's where you see the red X. And there's 3 instances this month continues, but at this point in the year, you'll notice that the actuals column, it's still under what the budget is. So it's not a point of concern at this point, like with the health services department. Well, that's the only one that has a total projected costs are
over their budget and they also have overtime. That's really what this intent was for from the audit report. But before the end of the year, we will be adjusting that budget. And so they won't be over in their total personnel costs as well. And the overtime cost column, it's the last set of 3 columns on the report. It's where the overtime actual is over budget on the individual line item. However, since we are held accountable, we budget total personnel costs. So they're not over on their total personnel costs. It's just that individual line item. It means they could be under on their regular wages, but they're paid more on their overtime, for example.
And thank
Any
you
questions?
so rapidly for adding this to our information.
Yeah, and thank the staff and the people who can bring in these reports quickly and review them. So yeah, we appreciate that.
Robert, I'm wondering if there's themes here. I mean, is this are these overtime costs sort of the mirror image of vacancy savings? I mean, yeah, basically, are we doing so much overtime because we don't have enough positions filled?
It can vary by fund. In general, that statement would be true. It could also be true. For example, the road department will have overtime. They may have their positions filled, but it depends on the season and the weather and the conditions of the road of how much overtime they actually need at that point. So yeah, so there's not a big concern at this point on any of these levels that I see, but it is this report is mostly generated for transparency and for management so that we're all fully aware of where the costs are at this point. Next page, 259, just overall total resources. You'll see total resources kind of closer to the bottom of the page. We're at 75% of our actuals for all funds combined. We are expecting to be our resources coming in at 99%, the last projection column there. And on the next page with requirements, you'll see we are 53% of spending our requirements, and we're expecting to be only spending all funds combined 94% of our total requirements there. So which leads us to page 262, the total ending fund balance for all funds combined. The last line there, total fund balance, the budget, we're budgeting 178 million for all funds combined. We are projecting to end the year at $211 million. So more than we projected across all funds, which that's
a good, that's
sign.
good that we're positive, right?
Yeah.
That 19%.
Exactly.
How I mean that only being at 94, projecting only 94% of requirements. I mean, that's a as we can see in that on that final number, that's a lot of money. How do we get to, how do we end up at just 94%? I mean, is that, a lot of departments budgeting cautiously, or is that, it's,
right.
Yeah.
Again, it's a combination, and you'll see as we go through some of these funds, that's where we can really identify a lot of the savings are typically in personnel cost savings that we have. And again, we do also budget our expenditures maybe a little more generous at some cases because we cannot go over our legal level of appropriation, which is our budgeted expenditures. Revenues, you can bring in more revenues or under revenues, and there's no budget law violation. However, if you are not able to even go over by $1 on your expenditures without having a budget, Oregon local budget law violation. So you want to make sure you have enough budget authority when you budget. So again, it depends on, I'll go back to roads. If they have a light winter, then they have to budget a certain amount to make sure they have enough response and materials for the roads throughout the winter. But if our winter is a lesser season, they don't use as many materials, they don't have to buy as much. So they'll have more left over in their budget for the year. And for some departments, it is high personnel, so they would have vacancy savings, might be their biggest savings.
Yeah.
Page 263 is the general fund.
if we look at the resources here, again, we collect our taxes, the majority comes in by November. So we're at 95% of our revenues. And we do expect our revenues to be about 102%. So over again, and we did receive more tax revenues in than we budgeted there. And on our expenditures, our projection by the end of the year are at 98% or about 500,000 under. What I do want to point out also is the
I
total.
think it's fascinating that our property tax is paid up 98%. Because there is a May payment, correct?
Yes, there'll be
Yeah.
one more payment. Yep, coming in.
That's, if it's already 98%, that's a good sign for
Good
us.
trend. Total fund balance, the line at the bottom, our actual to date is $26.6 million, our total fund balance as of now. But again, as we know, we got most of our revenue and we'll continue to spend that down through the year. So at the end of the year, our projection is 13.9 million at this time, or 1.7 more than we anticipated. However, I do want to caution as well that this does not include we have potentially 500,000 for the home fund that they'll be coming back soon to talk about that. That's not included in these numbers yet. So it will be reduced by that number or any other general fund item that it may be new before the end of the year that hasn't taken that into account. I also do want to just lay a caution for the board, or I guess plant a seed or a heads up as we are working through the beginning phases with departments of our budget for fiscal year 25. As we're seeing the numbers roll in from departments, especially our general funded departments or departments that depend on a transfer from the general fund, we are seeing those numbers come in quite higher than our general forecast has projected. When we looked at it last year, a lot of that has to do with, we're now at a 4% COLA for wages for this year. And also the compounding effect as far as we had a number of bargaining units that finished their contract last year. So this is a full year of all the new provisions in the contract, which has put additional pressures on the general fund there. So I just want to, give a heads up. We're still looking at the numbers at the April 29th meeting. Dan Emerson, our budget and financial planning manager, will be here to give us a full long-term forecast for both the general fund and TRT fund. And it'll look different from the last forecast that we've given. Again, we don't have all the numbers in yet, so we don't even have where it's at, but we're just seeing the trend that's coming in. So I just wanted you to be aware of that now.
And I think it's just important. We've had a couple of 4% COLAs back to back, along with, as you mentioned, the new contracts, which have exceeded the 4% by, in some cases, significant amounts. And then we're projecting another 4% this year. So when you begin to add these up over the years, and it's not just the COLAs, it's the PERS, it's the other associated and related impacts. Certainly good for our employees with inflation, but big impacts that the board and budget committee will begin to see this spring in our budget going forward.
Thank you. That is correct. And this is not specific just to Deschutes County alone. Many governments are facing the same scenario. We're just experiencing it more now and sooner than we thought we might, given previous projections.
But isn't it fascinating that Social Security's raise was only 3.2%? So, and we have a lot of retired people that live here, and I know it's really pretty difficult.
And again, that was based on a point in time,
Yes.
that rate at that.
I know.
Rate. Yes.
Anyway.
Okay. So juvenile fund 030, not a lot of change from last month. The projections remain the same. And just to follow up on a little conversation. So if you look at personnel costs in the middle of the section there under requirements, you'll see that the projection right now is 400,000 in personnel savings. And usually that's vacancy savings. So they're ending the year 400,000 more in ending fund balance. The last line there, total fund balance, than they had budgeted. So this is just an example of one fund in particular. So here's 500,000 right there. That shows where for this fund, the majority of those savings are within their personnel services.
The juvenile has, overtime. On that first report talks about a little bit more overtime spent actual than budgeted already too.
And yet they're still see savings within their personnel costs. Next page, TRT fund 160, 260, page 265 in your packet. I just want to talk a little bit about the budget, the first line there for room taxes. Usually we're looking at actuals, but I just want to point out, given recent conversation again, fiscal year 23, it's that first column there, budget. You can see we budgeted 3.58 million for room taxes, and we did only receive last year 12.6 million in. So this year for fiscal year 24, we thought, well, maybe we can maintain the same amount. We budgeted 12.6 million. So far year to date, we brought in 9.6, but our projection for the end of the year at this point is 12.2 million. So about 400,000 less than what we projected from what we budgeted based on the trends as they are now. We'll see how these last few months come in, but this is what we're estimating. We are looking at our budget for next year, and we are projecting a 500,000 lower number from this year for the budget. So at 12.1.
Down another $500,000.
Yeah. We're budgeting 12.1, which is about 100,000 less than we're expecting this year to be, but 500,000 less from what we budgeted in the current year, because that's how our actuals are trending. Now, if we get, next month's data, which, we should be receiving another week or so, for some reason, if it's up a lot, we're not anticipating that, but it could change the numbers before the budget's developed. But this is where we're going at this point in time. We're looking at that. And again, we'll have a full TRT presentation at the April 29th meeting as well.
Well, we've had a lot of really wonderful snow, and Mount Bachelor was number 5 in the nation for skiing. So per the Wall Street Journal. So hopefully those numbers will help, fill in the deficit as we're looking at now.
Yeah. We'll see. So in February, the numbers that we reported in February, they were down 12.8%. Or $92,000 and compared to February of last year. And January was down 5.8% or about 44,000 from the prior year, excuse me. And the other largest month was in November, which was October activity for November. It was down 10% or 66. So there were 3 big months of decreases, and all the other months just had small decreases compared to the prior year. So there weren't any months where we saw activity higher than the year before.
Wow.
The ending fund balance here is $2 million. That is, again, it'll carry over into next fiscal year. It'll be our last payment to Sun River. Any questions on 160, 170? Okay.
Well, the good news, Sun River actually is watching their pennies, and they're building at what they said they had to build it at. So, it'll be wonderful when that project is done.
That's right. If you do have any questions on any pages, be sure to let me know. I'm going to page 268 for the Sheriff's Office Fund 255. Not a lot of change from last month. They did slightly update some of their numbers on their total requirements. Their total fund balance, the last line here, the projection for the end of the year is now at 11.1 million. Last month, they were projecting 10.8. So a slight improvement on their projections as they're moving forward, as we get closer to the end, that's end of the year, fiscal year, that's what they're projecting at this point. Next page, Health Services 274. Again, this is a roll-up of all their admin, their public health and behavioral health fund. Their total resources on the midsection there is they're projecting the end of the year to be at about collecting 99% of their revenue, which is under, in this case, by about 668,000. Their total requirements, the next section, they're expecting to be under and only collecting about 95% or paying 95% of the expenditures at 3.9. So that leaves their ending fund balance in the projection column for the end of the year at 10.9 million, which is 3.5 million greater than they anticipated when they did their budget. Again, they do have their Fund 270 OHP Reserve Fund that approximately has 19.8 million at this point in time, and they're anticipating 16.8 million by the end of the fiscal year, which is an increase of 1.2 million from what they were reporting last month. Community Development Fund 295, page 273 in your packet. As we know, their revenues, their resources continue to be down, and their total requirements are projecting to be under because they've been trying to do cost savings to account for the reduced revenue. The last line, total fund balance, you'll see the projection. Their target has always been, and they're maintaining their $1 million target for their fund to keep that fund balance going forward. Through February, CDD has relied on funding sources to balance their budget or funds for the CDD general divisions. About 485,000 total has been needed, 322,000 from fund balance and 162,000 from the reserve fund 300. And for their electrical division, 57,000 has come from the reserve fund 302. So they're using the reserves to slightly and cautiously, but also trying to balance their needs at the same time. I'm going to skip a few more pages, but again, if you have questions, let me know. A lot of these funds haven't seen a lot of changes from what we discussed last month, so that's why I'm just moving forward on them. And again, this is this fiscal year. As departments and funds are budgeting for next fiscal year, they're looking at their revenues and expenses, and there could be some differences in working through that. So all the way to page 285, Risk Fund 670. Excuse me.
I do have a question about 278, the solid waste. Normally, we watch solid waste as an economic indicator, but because we raised our rates, is that why we're actually the fiscal income to date is at what, 72%? It's ahead of our year to date. Do you think it's because of the rate increases?
They are looking at their projections each month. And in fact, this month they increased their revenue projections by about $200,000 from over what they were projecting last month. Okay. So they are anticipating the revenues are coming in higher than as they continue to look at them. I don't have the specifics on, what is causing that aside from the notes that are here. You can see the only one is private disposal fees is the only category that's down. Otherwise, you can see that the rest of the categories are higher than what they have been projecting.
Okay, well.
And their expenditures are really right on target, for what they're projecting at the end of the year. So it is in the revenue category for sure.
Thank you.
But I bet private disposal fees will go up because I know that the transfer stations are quiet in the winter, and then all of a sudden spring breaks and it gets queued up for weeks and on the weekends.
And then we have our fire free.
There you go.
Okay, Risk Management Fund 670, page 285 in your packet. Same as last month, they're on target. I just wanted to highlight that they're still projecting to be 1.6 million over. So again, we're another month into it. And so the resources and the liabilities are about balanced. Same with next page 286, our Health Benefits Fund 675. We have another month of activity with revenues and paying out bills. Luckily, as we are seeing those checks being cut for our claims costs, we haven't been at the spikes that we've been at previously, which is good. So we're still on target to end at $2.8 million by over from what we had budgeted. So an ending fund balance of 6.6 million. Again, we still are anticipating needing and planning on and budgeting for an increase in health insurance rates next year, fiscal year, of about 15% to help this fund to bring it to the level where it should be and where we're expecting claims.
Are we talking like we used to talk about 8 million, or what are we talking about where the level it should be?
Yeah, that's a great question. We actually have a policy on that as well as what it should be at. I can't remember.
I know we used to, when we had, like 16 million, we kept saying, well, we have way too much.
It was high at that time.
Yeah, we went through it.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's why where we're projecting now at 6.6, it is still below the target. And that's why we are anticipating and planning and implementing the 15% rate increase for fiscal year 25 because of the claims costs and where we do need the reserve to be per policy.
Yes.
Have you heard of rate changes in other public agencies? I know ours is independent, so we're kind of doing different things than other, but what's on the street stuff?
Self-funded. Yes, I haven't heard recently specific rate increase amounts from other agencies, but the last we have heard from the consultant, as we've reported or Kathleen's reported previously, it has been due to the increase in labor costs that they've had to pay at the hospitals and the medical costs and things of all the doctors' offices, and that's what's contributing to the high claims costs, in addition to the pent-up claims that were coming in.
I would just be interested to understand, because there was a few years where we didn't have to increase and our reserves stayed high. And then it changed drastically on us while other agencies were getting increases every year from their third party, not self-insured. So I wonder what the market's doing right
The
now.
market has been seeing double digits. I don't have the exact numbers.
Yeah, so they're
They have also been seeing big numbers. And that's the end of my official report. If there's
Great,
any
thank
follow-up
you.
questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
Thank you so much, Robert. I'm sure, aren't you happy you're over here on this side of the
Well-
mountain from Eugene? I mean, it's great having you. So
Well, and thank you to you and the whole staff. I mean, it's very mature set of documents for us, as the Board of Commissioners, but for the organization to really understand we have professionals running good numbers that give us all confidence in a very dynamic world right now financially. So thank you very much for what you're doing.
Thank you. And yes, I agree. We have a awesome, wonderful staff in finance. I couldn't be more pleased. Thank you.
Can we take a 5-minute break? Just
Okay,
stand up
5-minute
break
break.
at least.
Sure, why not? Let's go to item number 11. Thank you.
Morning. For the record, can you hear me okay?
Maybe a little louder, please.
These mics are always confusing to
Somewhere
me. Good morning. My name is Tanya Saltzman, Senior Planner with Community Development. I have with me my regular compatriots, Peter Gutowski, the CDD Director, and Will Groves Planning Manager. And I've also brought with me some subject matter experts from CDD that I'll let you guys introduce yourselves to.
Todd Cleveland, on-site wastewater manager.
Angie Havner, Administrative Manager for Coordinated Services and Code Enforcement.
Dan Smith, the lead code enforcement specialist.
Thank you so much for joining us. And we're almost on time. So yes. Yes.
So I'm back here. Staff is back approximately a month after the February 28th work session concerning RVs as rental dwellings, the text amendments. On February 28th, that was essentially a standard work session to recap what had occurred during the Planning Commission process. I summarized the amendments and kind of the nuances of what the Planning Commission thought about each of those things. And then the board requested staff to come back to hone in a little bit more on a few items. So that's the purpose of this meeting, and to then request board direction on next steps. As a refresher, the Planning Commission did vote to not recommend adoption of these amendments, hence us checking in with the board to see what these next steps are. So my plan is to just touch on these.
What was the vote? Was it 7-0?
4-3.
4-3. So it was a close vote.
It was a close vote.
Okay, that's what I
And
thought.
as I noted in the last meeting, although the Planning Commission did recommend to not adopt, they also issued a bunch of several recommendations concerning the nuances of the amendments themselves in the case that the board did move forward. So they did want to weigh in on some aspects of those amendments in the hopes that that would be helpful for both the public and the board. So my plan is now to just touch on these issues that the board requested we touch on, and then I'll turn it over to our staff here to provide input and for the board to ask questions. And there's a lot of overlap between a lot of these topics. So, it might get a little overlappy. So with that, we'll start with septic and wastewater. This is a significant factor in the potential adoption of these amendments that allow RVs as rental dwellings. Under this proposal, and this is per state law, Senate Bill 1013, excuse me, the property owner is required to provide a connection to dispose of wastewater from the RV. There's kind of no wiggle room on that. That comes from the state. This means that the property would likely be subject to an authorization notice for a new connection or to assess the existing capacity. And I will let Todd speak to this or correct what I just said, to talk about, what this means. What does this mean for the applicant? How do these wastewater loads potentially differ for an RV compared to, say, an ADU or any other type of dwelling or an addition or what have you? Will most people need to update or expand their system? All of these kind of questions. So I think I'll turn it over to Todd, and then, the table is open for questions. Thanks, Todd.
Thank you. Good morning. So when you go to make a new connection or an additional use to a system, typically we have to do a site visit review and check that system, check the replacement area, look at all the proposal. And that would be the same process for an RV. Part of the way we've been talking about this is similar to like an RV setup in an RV park, right? Where you have full connections. So there's sizing criteria in DEQ rules that address that. And it's not like a full dwelling, not like an ADU. It's somewhere in between. The biggest issue, which keeps kind of people think about, is the waste characteristics are actually somewhat different from an RV use than they are from a single family residence. So how that tends to be is that it's much more concentrated. So, when you connect that to a system, we're going to look at that as if it was being somewhat diluted by the residential use. So you really need to combine these systems together so that it's not something outside of the norm.
most RV parks where they have a wastewater facility, that facility is under a DEQ permit, water pollution control facility permit, because the waste stream is greater than residential strength. So it's a commercial grade sort of treatment facility that you need. So those are some concerns that come up when we would be evaluating a system. Capacity of that system could be stressed by doing this kind of an addition, and it may require additional tankage or additions to the facility. Lot sizes always come into play here, much like they did with ADUs. It's not, we haven't looked at it as an ADU or similar to an ADU. However, it is being considered a dwelling, so it's a permanent use. Haven't really evaluated RVs as a permanent use ever. It's always been looked at as like a temporary use. So temporary uses have provide a lot more flexibility in our judgment. So a lot of times we're probably going to have to add tankage. We may have to do other kinds of additions to these systems. It really depends on the age of that system, the condition of that system, and site characteristics. So South County, for example, is a significant concern. A lot of the information that we provided to the Planning Commission was prior to the DEQ letter regarding South County. And I had those concerns, and that was where the 1 acre actually came from, because if anything was smaller than 1 acre, we would have to deny it. So if you were connecting in Tollgate and Sisters, those lots are all half-acre lots. It has very similar kind of soil characteristics that South County does. And so the densities would require us to deny an RV on those sites. So that's where that 1 acre minimum came from. 1 acre would require modifications to that system, but that's where that originally came from. In South County, we really, realistically, any additional flows are going to be impacting potential loading to the groundwater. So trying to account for that is a complex issue. So there are concerns with wastewater facilities, but part of this whole process is, thinking back the way that all of these have been set up. All dwellings require connections to the septic system, to an approved septic system, and must, living space has the needs for cooking facilities, cleaning facilities, washing. So, restrooms, bathing facilities. The one thing that's not really considered in the DEQ rules is laundry for RVs. And so that's something that could impact, if they determine that they need a laundry facility in addition, that is significant. So these are the kinds of things that aren't really considered in the flows, and we may have to think about these kinds of things when we're evaluating systems, because if you have 2 laundries, there's a lot of water that's generated from that. And most RV parks have a laundry facility that's separate from those RV connections. So they have like a central station. Again, that generates a lot of wastewater. I've been involved in many, many complaints associated with RV parks and improper connections. And in the rural county over my career, I've seen a lot of problems with RVs on individual properties where the connections aren't made properly, or they're having impacts to the septic system. And so they disconnect from that septic system and just let it go on the ground. Enforcing issues associated with wastewater from RVs is always very challenging because it tends to be intermittent. And basically, if we have to do an enforcement action, we have to determine that we have to have confirming evidence that there's been a discharge onto the ground surface. And most of the time I'm hearing from a neighbor. So I go out to try to investigate these issues and try to determine that, yes, there is a failing system. They are living in the RV. And Dan and Angie can speak about some of the issues associated with that. But we have many of these in the rural county. We have processes established with planning where we coordinate on temporary uses that are 6-month periods. And we have created minimum requirements to try to avoid discharges to the ground surface. So anytime there's wastewater discharge to the ground surface by DEQ rule, that constitutes a public health hazard and must be addressed immediately. That's where it gets difficult because you have to be able to determine that it's happening. If they're doing it intermittently, yeah, it's very difficult to prove that. So they can intermittently connect to a system and then disconnect. And I've had that happen many times in my career. I've seen that a lot.
So you mentioned 1 acre. 1 acre is a rule or a proposal that you would be providing as the sanitarian. I mean, a recommendation starting point?
That would be the minimum requirement. And basically the reason for that was that in large portions of the county, because of our soil characteristics,
Oh, yeah.
we would not be able to approve an RV connection.
Yep. But so does the state law define anything? Yeah. Okay. So I'm just saying, so this is local recommendation to start with. So
And it's based on the on-site wastewater
Yep.
rules.
Sorry, Commissioner Chang.
That was an important question. My other question was, so Todd, you said you've seen many RV problems in the past, and I'm curious whether you can give us a rough breakdown. How often were those problems associated with an authorized RV, medical hardship dwelling, and how often were they associated with an unauthorized RV situation in out in the rural county?
Almost always unauthorized. Of course, permanent RV connections on properties have not been legalized, right? So they've always been illegal. So we wouldn't typically connect you can't use an RV as a dwelling. Typically RV connections for properties have been allowed as an accessory to the primary residence. So if you have an RV and you go out camping, you come back, you can dump it into your system. And we tend to talk to people about how to avoid problems with that. So overwhelmingly, they've been unapproved, unauthorized, unpermitted connections.
Yeah, I mean that gets at, for me, one of the biggest struggles of this whole issue is whether we authorize it or not, there's a whole lot of RV dwelling happening out in the county, and that, I mean, for me, it raises the question of whether it would be better to have a program that we actually, would have rules that we could get at this and make sure if it's being done that it's being done as appropriately as possible versus basically just responding to code complaints all the time. But I mean, I guess doesn't guarantee, putting a program in place doesn't guarantee that there won't be a whole lot of unauthorized RVs out there still, but yeah.
Enforcement has always been a challenge with RVs on properties. And, Dan and Angie can speak to that.
So we currently have 93 cases that are open specifically for RV occupancy. And I'm just trying to get the data. We have pending cases. We have 342 pending cases. Of those, I'm getting data right now of how much are RV occupancy. And if I don't get that in the near few minutes, I'll get that to you shortly.
Sorry, what was that? Is 93 out of what?
93 cases that are currently open for RV occupancy. And then we have pending 342 generic cases, but I will get you data of that, how many of those are RV occupancy or not. Unauthorized disposal, we do have 148 additional cases, but of those, not all of those are RV occupancy. Some of those are structures built that haven't been approved for connection.
And so of the 93 open for RV occupancy, typically there is an additional case open for unauthorized disposal. Okay.
And those RV occupancies are, of course, they are not approved. They were never approved.
Can I just ask one quick question? Angie, do you have any idea how many of those open cases are on properties that are 1 acre or larger, so they may qualify, versus those that are on properties that are less than 1 acre that may not qualify for
That, but
such a program? I'm just curious.
In South County, even Is 1 acre even adequate? Todd? I mean, do we need like,
It would certainly, if we were to go through this process in South County and someone wanted to connect an RV to their system, we would require a upgrade to a nitrogen reducing ATT. And part of that evaluation is the loading capacity of that property based on the primary residence. So the primary residence kind of claims 450 gallons automatically for up to a 4-bedroom residence. And that's kind of your basic rule. And so if you go to an acre, you add this additional flow, there could be impacts even under current rule, which part of the whole DEQ conversation is how current rule isn't sufficiently protective for the aquifer in South County. So we have other concerns that we would want to look at from, separation of the water table, how sensitive is that management area, but it would be a significant concern of mine for lots that are that small, having a residence and an RV on them. It would be very challenging. The other concern is how well are these systems going to perform, these advanced treatment systems perform with RV waste. It may not perform the same way. Everything has been evaluated and treated as residential strength. We make that assumption, but you add RV waste and that could be tricky.
Are there any rules of thumb about the charging a toilet with the blue juice that's in there? I mean, because that, I know that.
Yeah, don't add that stuff. So that typically has quaternary.
Well, but some of those systems are made for that. You charge it, you use it for a while, and then you dump it, so it's not open.
And that's
open
that's
flow.
very destructive to on-site septic systems. So
So the answer is no. You don't charge it like that. You just leave it open.
So it would be best to not have any of those additives going into a septic system. And that's part of the communication that we have when we're doing an authorization notice. It's educational information. Even the stuff that says it's septic safe, it's not. So there's quaternary ammonia in that, and it's a sanitizer. So that basically kills the bugs. That's what keeps the odors down. And it causes dispersion. So it affects the function of the septic tank. It kills organisms, and it really impacts the function of the system.
So it kind of stops the whole
biological. It affects the biology significantly.
Yep.
I did have a really simple question. When you, on the difference between medical hardship and the other, you say this is about the medical, 1 permit. However, if the person with the medical condition changes, a new permit is required. So are you talking about if they no longer have that problem, or they've actually passed on or something? When the word changes, what does that mean?
Perhaps the word changes was a bit of a euphemism.
I know. I was like going, okay, so
it's my understanding that, if that person could pass away and it's just a completely different person, and then they'd have to provide their own doctor's note for their own situation. That's the way we intended it to be written.
Okay. But it can last forever, let's say.
With renewal of that doctor's note, in theory.
And is the person with the health problems, they don't have to live in that, do they? They're just helping with the people maybe in the house?
Right.
It can go either way.
So that's a good transition to the table. I think, well, going back to the illegal RVs, it's all kind of tied together. So I think you guys already essentially covered what the issues with illegal RVs and what's on the ground right now. I think it's important to note that, that 93 number is just the actual complaints, and you've both stressed that there might be more out there, that those are just the formal complaints, because it is a complaint-based system. So of course, there's always some undocumented examples.
Yeah, the RV occupancy cases are difficult to prove also. We have to be able to see it, connections, and Dan can speak to that better as boots on the ground, but we do receive complaints that we unfound due to lack of evidence. We can't prove that is actually occurring. I don't know if there's talking points that Dan might want to say as lead specialist.
Yeah, just essentially the main difference between like an unpermitted system and if we want to go to a system where we do have some approvals, at least for the code enforcement realm, is just to try to find out the delineating factors so we can easily establish the additional requirements that are going to be here. We already have a hard enough time confirming that somebody's occupying an RV in general. Whereas adopting something like this, we'd have to look at, okay, now we know they're occupying this RV, but are they meeting all the specific requirements that are going to be rolled into this package? Especially with, we have an allowance for properties that don't have a dwelling on it to be lived in 30 out of every 60 days without any specific approval from the county as well. And for those particular complaints, the difficulty is confirming they're being occupied for 30 out of every 60 days versus just 20 days. And so you're really either having to spend a lot of time on it or, just hoping that the, whoever's complaining can provide enough information to substantiate that burden of proof. So, so those are the difficulties there. But I think in general, we do a pretty good job trying to nail them down, but we certainly can't get all of them with the requirements just occupying in general.
So could you kind of play this out for us? In what ways is it easier or harder to assess compliance with our current, our current regulations versus with if we adopted it and an RV as a tenancy dwelling program? I mean, so one thing is trying to establish whether someone's there under the 30 out of 60 days is very difficult. We wouldn't have to worry about that anymore. So it'd be easier in that respect. But in which ways might it be harder to assess compliance?
Certainly. So I'd say for the harder part of it, basically this rule, because of the state laws that are, or state rules that are required to be implemented with the passage of this approval, there's a lot of specific requirements, such as the vehicle has to be specifically titled as an RV. It has to, we have to maintain a record or at least some knowledge of the rental agreement and have some minutia to that. So that would have to be front loaded likely at the application stage if we tried to authenticate this. So basically what we'd have to do is just confirm that the RV that was approved and the tenant agreement, from what I understand it, is that we approved, is the people still in there. So that I think would be just the additional burden of proof. The current one that we have now, if somebody's in an RV and it looks occupied and it seems to match all the characteristics of an occupied RV, we're able to go off of that essentially because there is no lawful way to do it without an approval. And that would basically continue on to this new one. We already have medical hardship approvals and some temporary use approvals that are allowed, and we can easily check if we had those in our system. So it wouldn't make it any harder necessarily to confirm or deny in any one of these instances. But the minutia of the state law requirements for the new proposed application would be difficult for us to find a way to make sure that we can confirm that the RV in question is the correct one that we approved, that it's been connected in the same way that we approved, and that the rental agreement is being followed by both the tenant and the renter, or the rentee in this case.
And just a quick note that for instance, that 30 out of 60 days, that kind of category, that bucket will still exist on its own because that's for properties that don't already have a dwelling. So it's kind of in a separate case. Those things would carry on even if this were to pass. That's its own little thing. And I believe the 6 months out of 12 as well is for a vacant property. So those are kind of in their own category. Still, as Dan said, a lot of the same and similar enforcement issues and permitting issues, but that would still continue to exist on its own track. So perhaps I'll move on to this as Commissioner Adair already spoke to, is the comparisons between medical hardships and rental dwellings. We've all kind of touched on it a little bit already. I'm not going to go through this whole table, but hopefully in the memo, this helps sort of clarify the similarities and the differences. I think one of the main ones is that the eligibility. In theory, for a medical hardship, pretty much every rural residential property is eligible, of course, but then when you add that extra layer of the actual medical hardship itself, which is impossible to assess, from the, into the future, you don't know exactly how many are eligible, but on the face of it, any property on any rural residential land would be acceptable.
Does that include EFU?
Doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, and this chart, it says all zones,
Yes,
which
sorry.
I assume meant so beyond rural residential, right?
Yeah, and medical hardships don't have to be in RVs. There's also other provisions but we're kind of honing it in on just RVs for the purposes of this
Mhm.
conversation. The main difference is obviously the medical hardship itself. That just really changes the universe of who could be eligible and who could not be eligible. There's not a minimum acreage with medical hardships, as we've discussed. As Todd alluded to, there's a little bit more discretion in terms of the septic issues, because knowing that in theory, this is a temporary use, there could be perhaps some, I don't want to say allowance, but flexibility, just depending on that situation, because you often are dealing with difficult situations with these medical hardships. They are medical hardships. So there's other stuff going on. So that allows it, if it's temporary, there might be some flexibility there.
But then you're also allowed a manufactured home if you have a medical hardship.
That medical hardships can take place in manufactured homes.
Yes.
Most zones.
Which would be a whole more, a couple more 100 square feet of problems to the water system.
Yeah, so, essentially those were kind of the biggest differences. I think the main thing is just the medical hardships are, as we stated, they're inherently non-permanent. They're just meant to address a different need. Some of that we already have the bandwidth to accommodate in terms of our processes already. Some we don't. So that's hopefully a somewhat helpful comparison about those two types of things. Moving on to the next topic, there was some discussion.
Can I just ask about how many medical hardship permits or authorizations are active right now?
I believe there's approximately 100 or so.
I did get an update for you. We do have, of those pending cases, 73 of them are RV occupancy. So 93 confirmed that are under investigation, 73 that are pending. Submitted in
343.
73 of those are specifically for RV occupancy.
Of the 93.
In addition to.
Of the 343 pending.
Of the 343 pending, 73 of those are RV occupancy.
This next one is fairly straightforward, and I touched on it at the last meeting, the potential property tax implications, specifically Ramadas, but essentially everything. And I just provided the verbatim kind of quote from our chief appraiser, who provided this input back during the planning commission process. He explained it a lot better than I can. Essentially, there were questions about, does this trigger a complete reassessment? And it's our understanding that it wouldn't. And so if as he said, we have to measure market value, they estimate the added value of whatever these improvements are to the pad, the Ramada, what have you, not the RV, but any stuff you're doing to the property. If that, in their estimation, is above this number of 18,200, which is a 2024 number, I guess it changes a little bit. Then they add that to the real market value of the property, and then they have a formula that they always use for every type of property to determine what those property taxes would be. So it might bump up incrementally depending on their formula. It's not going to trigger a wholesale, reassessment and triple of your property tax or anything like that. To our understanding, it would just edge up according to what that increment and that ratio is that they use to calculate taxes. And this is, again, there hasn't been discussion yet. This would happen in a hearing if there will be a Ramada requirement, but it would also apply to any improvements for the parking pad, anything that's kind of to the property itself to accommodate these RVs. And lastly, just other counties.
So one question about that. So I envision a Ramada being a built structure, but it also could be a metal carport type structure. And the question is there a snow load capacity of those structures? Are they valid snow load structure or not? Do we know that?
They would be. They were
Okay, yeah. So somebody could buy
fire snow load for a structural. Yes.
But I mean, yeah. So some of the metal ones do fit that criteria. They're engineered and they can prove that it's a engineered structure. Yeah.
Some do, some don't. It's very
So then
common for people to purchase them, not realizing, and then they have to be improved or go back to the.
But it's a possibility.
Yes.
And the ground anchoring, I guess, because, as I say, it's different than a post and a pier and a, pole structure with engineered trusses, but it sounds like a metal structure purchase could be delivered to a property that does meet the spec.
With additional, usually they do additional requirements for purchasing of the engineering. It's usually a separate
Okay.
line item for that.
But if that were a direction that the board wanted to proceed with, we would work with our building safety division to figure out what would be okay and what wouldn't be, and what those specs would be.
Can I ask, so for medical hardship dwelling RVs, for someone who's using their RV less than 30 out of 60 days or less than 6 of the 12 months, there's no Ramada requirement for any of those. And I mean, also for someone who's just storing an RV outside, there's no Ramada requirement. I mean, I just feel like if this is occupied, it's even more likely that people are going to be mindful of whether there's a lot of snow piling up on the roof than any of those other situations. So I'm still kind of, I understand the desire to prevent a roof collapse with this Ramada requirement, but given that all of those other RV set situations don't have that, I just it doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
And that's something that could be worked through if,
Yeah, this is the conversation.
Yeah, but it's food for thought for sure. I think as Peter mentioned last time, we felt it was just our responsibility to put it out there.
Yeah.
But understood. Thank you.
Well, I personally worry when we have too much snow on my house's roof. So, I mean, we're talking about an RV and I'm going like, okay, what about the slope of roofs that we allow and, the ice dams and everything that form here? So it can be quite fun at times, right? When you have water dripping in your house and it's not supposed to be.
I mean, I definitely would want people to have a plan and a system to get the snow off the top of the RV. But I don't know how to formulate that as a requirement. I mean, and Ramada could serve that, could serve that purpose, but there's more than one way to skin a cat, so to speak.
I'm going to move on briefly, if that's okay. Just a quick note on other counties, because the question emerged, are we the first again? We still are the first, as far as we know, unless Nick knows of something that I don't, but we are.
Somebody was supposed to have a meeting like March 13th.
Well, so Tillamook County had their first hearing last week or maybe 2 weeks ago.
14th.
Apparently, they're still working through it and they had 0 public participation.
Oh.
Which I found fascinating. But of course, this is just their first meeting, their first hearing. And I'm not really familiar with kind of how their public process works, how engaged their citizens are, et cetera. But so they're working through it. They see some complications. They're looking at things like perhaps a sunset date to this legislation or things. They're dealing with kind of different issues than we are, and they're tossing things around. Everything's theoretical at this point. We are still the first of line. For what it's worth. I know Clackamas County is beginning their research, but that's kind of all we've heard out so far. So we are at the head of the line, forging our path for what that's worth. And that might help inform the commissioners in their decision whether to proceed now, later, et cetera.
And the legislative history of this was Clackamas County's proposal originally, right? Okay.
Senator Hayden.
Okay. Good to know.
I called and spoke to Commissioner Savas of Clackamas County and asked him about this, and we had a good conversation. And he said, yeah, this was a specialty ask for Clackamas County. Same scenarios, just RV occupancy is happening, and let's try to figure out a path for this. And it was a big moment to get it passed, and now they haven't brought it back. So as I say, he just maybe it was around COVID is why that didn't come around at the time. It did. They just lost their momentum on it.
They're waiting for us.
Yeah, waiting for us, exactly.
So with that, I don't know if there's anything that staff wants to add or questions that the commissioners have for any of these lovely people at the table, or otherwise I can proceed to the discussion of next steps.
Go ahead.
That's us.
So we're looking for board direction. So options include having a public hearing, waiting to have a public hearing until we see what's happening out there, whether that's specifically monitoring one county or just giving it a certain amount of time, just seeing how other counties proceed and how that's received. Withdrawing the text amendment or some other undetermined option.
What would be helpful for me for thinking about how to proceed? Like I'm gonna look to Peter on this. You know, at the prior presentation, you know, that the concern about workload and staff capacity was really an important consideration. I'm asking a lot of questions because I'm trying to understand how much demand the issue of RVs, of people living in RVs, is already placing on CDD through, you know, management of a medical hardship dwelling program, through, you know, 93 plus 73, you know, code investigations on, you know, that need to be conducted. And I asked Dan that question about, like, you know, how is it harder or how is it easier to assess compliance for, you know, under current rules versus a proposed new program. Can you, I mean, you know, after unpacking that a little bit, I mean, can you explain what the substantial additional staff burden looks like for creating this program versus just kind of having these unauthorized uses going on all over the county right now?
Yeah, absolutely. For the record, Peter Gutowski, Community Development Director. There's a couple questions embedded in those remarks, Commissioner Chang. I guess what I would acknowledge and what I've emphasized to the Board of County Commissioners in previous conversations is that the Community Development Department remains responsive to the Board of County Commissioners as it pertains to economic development and housing opportunities. To the extent that the board finds that this is worthy of a public hearing and consideration of these amendments, what we would do, similar to the rural accessory dwelling units, if during I'm not try not to be presumptuous, but if the board found after holding a public hearing that these were amendments that they really wanted to consider for first reading, we would want to, just like we did for rural accessory dwelling units, take the necessary time to build into our, I'll call it our customer service apparatus, which is extensive website, Acela, FAQs, preparing for pre-applications, how one coordinates with the requisite divisions. That will take some time, as it did for rural accessory dwelling units. And then we would come back so that when the board was ready to adopt, we would be in a position to provide this information to our customers. So that's kind of my first response to your series of questions, Commissioner. The second thing that I would acknowledge is, and we can do that with I should go back. We can do that with our existing staff. We just need time. In terms of the demands that this places on our department, you know, we would absorb those demands as we have with rural accessory dwelling units. And one of the themes that I've communicated to the board, and it's not just this topic, it's several responsibilities that our department has, the level of coordination that would go in, as I turn this back to RVs as a permanent dwelling opportunity. What we, I think, are finding, and rural ADUs provides the basis for this statement, is more people are interested in exploring the opportunity. They want to do their due diligence. They want to understand what the cost is. And all of that takes resources from our staff, which we can provide. But that level of commitment to customer service doesn't immediately or automatically lead to development activity.
No
And that's
dollars.
okay. It's complicated to develop in rural Deschutes County now. And this program touches every single division, like rural ADUs. So that's how I would respond to the demands and what I want the board to be thinking about as, the level of services that you want for the department. We want to provide those services. Not all of the services that we provide on a daily basis immediately lead to permits. Some do, some don't. And I think, so to the third point of your question is, how will this help code enforcement? Or will it translate for those that are in code enforcement to come into compliance? That is a really difficult question to answer and to predict. I think for some, Angie and her team, Angie and Dan, when it's confirmed that someone's living in a rural ADU, when someone's living in an RV as a permanent structure and they meet the requisite zoning, this is a pathway to compliance. So we can really, if you want to comply, we can give you a voluntary compliance agreement. Here's the pathway, here's the process, here's the materials. This is the only way that you're going to get one. Some of these properties have more than one that are in code enforcement. So that could provide an avenue. Similar to rural ADUs, for those that have made choices, and I think this is prevalent throughout the state of Oregon, many property owners either unexpectedly or deliberately decide that they're going to go ahead and establish a second dwelling unit without getting the requisite permits and wait to see if there's consequences. I think the same pattern will inevitably happen whether or not you want to adopt amendments to allow RVs as a permanent dwelling. There's expenses that come into this program, to be honest, just like with rural ADUs. You got to get a pedestal, might have to get a Ramada, you've got to go through the on-site wastewater, site evaluation or authorization examination. All of that has a cost to it, not as much as the rural accessory dwelling unit cost, but there is a cost there. So for some, they may say, this is a great opportunity. There's a pathway, as we're seeing with rural ADUs now. I want to get that entitlement. I want to take advantage of this opportunity afforded by the legislature. For others, they may decide, you know what, I'm going to, either I wasn't aware of it, or I'm going to deliberately take advantage of what I think is available on my property, and then let the consequences reveal themselves if and when they find themselves in code enforcement. Do I think this is a panacea for the 160 potential violations that we have today? No, I don't. I just think I think people make choices every day that deliberately or naively, some of those choices are made because it's costly and expensive. And I think that's just what Deschutes County and 35 of our other counties deal with on a regular basis. It's just some people don't want to be regulated, so they go forth and make investments on their own. And for many, they find themselves in code enforcement, and then we hold them accountable. So is that helpful?
That is helpful.
Sure
So I guess one of the things I want to ask is, like you've made a lot of comparisons to the rural ADU situation. We have heard about a lot of code complaints about RVs being used as dwellings. How many do we hear about unauthorized ADUs?
Well,
there's a lot.
Yeah, well, I was just, as Angie, as you go through that, I mean, we've had conversations
I mean,
about.
is that
short-term
really, like,
rental?
can we really compare those two?
Yeah, go ahead.
Um,
Angie, you may have numbers at your fingertips.
Yeah, we do. We have, so that's hard because we're not tracking it. Would be in two different categories. Some of it would be work without permits. Some would be multiple dwellings. We're getting more and more of those. To date, I can say we have about 50 confirmed multiple dwellings. Most of that, the evidence is hard with that if we don't have, because we can't see internal. So a lot of our evidence comes from VRBO, Airbnb photos. We also have a lot of structural work without permits. We have confirmed the work. Sometimes the use is harder to. Is it an office? Is it a studio? Is it being used as a rental? So those are less complaints that we have, but it is definitely a substantial part of the work we do.
I mean,
And I would say, I would note it is
understanding that-
increasing also just because of media. People can now see things being advertised. So that caseload is increasing.
But like, for example, we know, and Commissioner DeBonne, you've been coordinating with our department on some correspondence you've received from certain vacation rental entities, and but we know, I think, I won't have the number precisely, but the coordination that we're having with the finance department on certificates of authority for short-term rentals, there's approximately 70 that have we've screened, and they're not the primary dwelling, and yet they're being marketed as a short-term rental. So that's, I think, that's.
and does that number overlap with the 50 confirmed multiple dwellings, or is it separate?
In addition to, we have not created cases on those yet.
Okay.
Just
So-
pending board direction on our monitoring.
Peter, you said a month ago that we were down to 3 permit technicians, and you said we will have capacity challenges, but your department will do everything they can. But we actually started this education, thank you, in September from Tanya. So, we've been talking about this a long time. And then you look at the fact that the apartment rentals in Bend are really historically very high, and yet the prices could come down so people could afford to be in some of those empty apartments. That would really help our situation. It could help things happen a lot faster.
Yeah, Chair Adair, credit to Angie and Jennifer Lawrence. We now have 4. We just hired.
You do? Now we're up to
now
4.
we're up to 4, and we have someone who's just accepted that will start on May 1st. So that'll be 5 permit technicians. So
Okay. So we're going a better direction.
we are building capacity, and thanks to the leadership of coordinated services. And we just made an offer for another code enforcement specialist. So we are addressing our turnover that we've had earlier this year. And it comes back to the point that we're here to be responsive to the Board of County Commissioners. And in no way do the comments represented by myself or by my colleagues suggest or are trying to intimate a certain outcome. We just want to be honest about some of the nuances, some of the technicalities that come with serving a property with an on-site wastewater system. That I'm not sure if that, I know it's noted in the memo, but that's a requirement in this legislation for recreational vehicles that are used as a medical hardship. Todd, they can get pumped. They can have a service provider agreement. That's different. And so you get into some of the more nuanced aspects of comparing those two types of land uses, but we want to be responsive at the end of the day. And our goal is to, and I say it every day, is we want the board and whomever our audience is, if it's customers, to make informed decisions. So that's our.
So.
Yeah. And
Oh, I just want to ask something. How many ADUs then have actually have put in a permit and they're going to build an ADU? Because we just heard this morning that the mortgage interest rate went up another %.
So right now, the number of site evaluations that have been applied for is 22.
Okay.
So that doesn't mean that hasn't translated into construction permits yet. I think there's just a handful of those that have gone through that process. what we are finding is that I'm very glad that we did pursue the site evaluation as an option, because it's very challenging. It's a very difficult process on many of the properties. Some of it, there's been a handful that are
fine.
nice and easy and no problem,
Just
but the
to,
overwhelming
like
majority
difficult to complete the process
able
or
to
to really come up with an
come up with a
assessment.
system.
Okay.
So I know of one that was been completely denied. There are a number that require very complex ATT to shallow drain field in a very small area, and that's the only spot. And I was out following up on that for Kevin recently, and it's a kind of situation where not made for a new installer, and we had a new installer, so that's why I was out there meeting with them, because it's very difficult. It's going to be a very difficult and expensive system. So that's on about a 4-acre parcel. So you would think you would have plenty of places.
And that's not in South County, is it?
It is not.
Right.
It's North County.
Yeah.
So, and poor soil conditions. So that's what we're finding is where the primary dwelling took up the good spot. So that's been the challenge.
Interesting.
And so I was going to respond to Peter and say, like, I want to understand the staffing impacts and the staffing capacity constraints. In part because if this is an opportunity that is important enough for our community, I want to figure out how we pay for it, right? Clearly we can't just depend on permit fees to kind of make this all work out in the long run. Even though permit fees, getting permit fees, to go and check out these potential RV dwellings is better than not getting permit fees and still having to go out and investigate. What's been the most compelling to me about this potential opportunity is the additional housing opportunities, particularly housing opportunities that may come in the affordable or middle housing range. And one of the things I wanted to ask, I wanted to float a trial balloon here, was we reserved $2 million of American Rescue Plan fund to address homelessness. And my fellow commissioners, moved to only allocate $1.5 million of that to a outdoor shelter opportunity. And I'm actually, so this would be a Dan Emerson question or something like that, but I'm curious whether development, there was Peter, you mentioned the cost to build a program, basically, to establish, to write the rules, to kind of figure out the system, the cost to build a program. I'm curious whether the cost to build the program might be an ARPA eligible use, in which case, what we would achieve through this is not necessarily one big outdoor shelter, but quite possibly a whole lot of essentially, we could potentially achieve a whole lot of safe parking sites, dispersed across the county, and that, in my mind, is the intent behind those $2 million of American Rescue Plan funds that we've set aside. So, just kind of floating that idea out there that the additional increment of 500,000 has not been allocated anything in specific yet. And this is a way to address our shelter, transitional housing, and affordable housing needs in the community.
I'm not opposed to that at all. In fact, it may be an interesting opportunity to really mature this conversation. I think of the big picture. We're talking about rural here, and you mentioned some people just set up and if they get challenged, then they deal with it. But it's happening. I've had a few people over the years call me and say, okay, what paperwork do I do for this? I want to rent this out next to my house here. And I say, there's no path. don't hear from them again, right? So it's just interesting that it just seems like something could happen here. Also, about 8 months out of the 12-month period, it's a dream to live in this situation. I just worry about a few, hard winter months, can really be challenging. So yeah, I would support researching ARPA investment in this, just maybe to cover the costs of.
And depending on how much we're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. But I mean, let's look at that.
If the board chooses to move forward, which Tanya is seeking direction from today,
Mhm.
and it's ultimately adopted, that we could research that and bring that back. Is there a component of it? It may not be the staffing component. Maybe there's an infrastructure component. I don't know. But let us research that and we can bring that response back to the board if you choose to move forward.
Yeah. So I came in today thinking we got to try this at least. I mean, how could you say no to not at least trying and figuring out how this lands and having a public hearing, having people digest it more as closer to reality, thinking of what would this look like? So I'm still there. It's just like how I can't see saying let's stop it right now.
Well, as someone who just drove through Dirt World on Monday and taking the pictures of those RVs on our property, it gives me a different feeling that, they're definitely not following any of these rules that we're talking about. None of the rules. So, yeah, and you see what's going on there. So it's, yes, and here we are. You're talking to, the people from code and all that you guys deal with. I really have to commend your kindness and your customer service, because I know at times it's got to be really hard, and yet people are struggling to find a place to live. So I'm saying, can't some of the apartments in Bend take a 10% break off of their monthly fees just to help people out to get through this tough time? Because having 10% vacant in the city of Bend it's a pretty significant number. So do we want to, okay, you gave us 4 options? Other was one of them, I believe. Yes. Okay, so did we talk about having a public hearing then? We wanted, we don't want to withdraw. We don't want to do other. So is the next step then a public hearing? Okay.
Public hearing, or option 2 here, we could wait for Clackamas and Tillamook counties to catch up and
That would be
and share
kinder
some
on
of the
our-
load.
That would be kinder on our staff. For once, do we need to be first?
Bill McCarty did it.
I think it depends, it does depend on how big of a benefit we think that this will produce in terms of potential housing opportunities in our community.
Well, look what happened with ADUs. Who knew that the mortgage rate interest rate was going to go to 7%? And I knew people that wanted to do it, and they were told they had to put another septic system in, which was $40,000, which adds another $45 a square foot to that 900 square foot ADU. So it's challenging out there. And just to think this system is going to have to go with the system that already exists. And I'm sure, Todd, you're going to find problems. I just know you are. And you're going to say, no, either it's denied or you're going to have to do this. And yeah, because that's the way it is. And we have to take care of our property. We have to follow all the protocol that we know that works the best for our groundwater all over the county.
So is that a suggestion that we plan for a public hearing, but give the other
give it
the
a
other
few months.
counties a few months to catch
Why
up?
not? Give them a few months and see if that could, okay, last September we met on this. Do we do this again in September? Is that too far away? Or August?
We could certainly reach out to those counties and get some specificity about their timing if they have it. They might not know either, but
Yeah.
Well, what happened to Clackamas? Why did they stop? Yeah.
I do feel like there is a dynamic in the state of like, oh, well, let Deschutes County do all the hard work. And like, well, then we'll benefit from there. They can be on the bleeding edge and we'll be on the leading edge, right? So, is there a way to kind of, play a game of chicken on this and basically get other counties to step up a little bit?
One one thought is, commissioners, you could have the hearing. And I mean, there is momentum, relative momentum. This is a process that we kicked off as part of this fiscal year work program. You could hold the hearing, keep the written record open for a period of time. Tanya can track the other processes, and then in court, we can coordinate and try to schedule or check back in with the board about, we have to be very careful, and legal counsel's behind me when we want to make sure that when we're not deliberating inappropriately. But there may be, you may want to think about, is do you want to take the momentum that's occurred to date, hold the hearing, and then set it aside and wait to see what the results are, or keep the written record open long enough so that we could incorporate what other counties are doing to put that as part of the record. Really, the question is, do you want to take advantage of the momentum that's in place today, or wait, let the other counties, the handful that exist, to go through their public process and then initiate the hearing? Each have their strengths and weaknesses, but there has been some genuine community interest in this topic. And I don't want to, if you set it aside for months on a time, you kind of lose the momentum that
I have it all here, Peter.
What I really like about this approach would be, we would get to hear people, the concerns and hopes and ideas out in the community, before we really need to kind of, we would get that information now, and that could help shape the way that we think about this moving forward. I mean, somebody comes forward with like great ideas about how to keep snow off the roof without a Ramada. Like, I want to hear that sooner than later. But open either way though. But that's what I like about proceeding to a hearing sooner.
Well, you have to remember that the Planning Commission did vote 4-3 against it. So that was incredibly, a very close vote. Could have gone the other way.
Just a question of point of clarification. If we did that, so you said we keep the record open, because my only thought is just, if something arises from those other counties, hey, we got this great idea, will the public have an opportunity to respond to that, or would that just be captured in the
You're looking to me. It's a question for it's a question for the board to ultimately consider. What the timing, and each has its own utility, and we just allows you to kind of contemplate if there is interest in eventually having hearing, just when that can occur. And
I think of it as this is kind of a, RV is a permit occupancy. It's generally a fair weather thing, but we're talking about year round now. But my point is Memorial Day weekend, are we gonna do it before summer or not? I guess that it kind of boils down to that. Are we gonna do it before the summer or not? And I support having this momentum. Let's have the discussion, and let's find out how complicated it is, or supported it is, or opposed. Because I've also heard from people, accessory dwelling unit, can't believe you're doing this. If I wanted to live in a dense place, I would have moved somewhere else. So it does change the lay of the land a little bit.
The only piece I want to offer is, and Angie, I'm guessing you and your team probably get a sense of this at your code enforcement conferences, but counties have very different philosophies on enforcing their codes with RVs in rural areas. We have a pretty proactive approach, and we have a great partnership with our sheriff's office. They are the ones that turn in the most RV occupancy cases to us, and for good reason. And that's not a criticism, but other counties, Tillamook County, they have a very different code enforcement approach when it comes to RV occupancy. So waiting for others may not, it's certainly a board choice, but others may not have the same level of interest or issues or enforcement that we do. So I just want the board to be aware of that.
Of our cases, also, I would be glad to kind of break down data to see which ones are on the acreage you asked, which ones have a dwelling, which ones would even qualify, if that would be helpful.
Yeah, I would venture to say, just anecdotally to your question, I don't have the numbers, of course, but predominantly the ones that end up in code enforcement are not ones that have enough property space to hide the RV well.
Yeah.
So essentially you end up with smaller lots and usually with, limited income situations to where installing an upgraded septic system would be a hurdle anyway. So, as far as like the impact that this rule would have on the average code enforcement complaint about RVs, I don't know that it would affect that much unless there was, such a great influx of these that people were able to move off of the smaller lots onto the larger ones with the upgraded capacity. So, that helps shape things.
So not a lot of those will be taking the pathway.
Again, just anecdotally, I mean, I don't know the specifics of all these current ones, but just most of the time, those kind of the factors that create the case is usually, neighbors are close. So that means that there's, that much closer, or that they're close enough that the neighborhood dynamic attracts the sheriff's office to report it.
And funding, to your point, I mean, once we have a path forward, there's cost there. So, cost for land use, cost for septic, cost for if we have a Ramada, cost for, so that oftentimes for people to come into compliance, the finances are the hardship.
So I support sticking with the momentum and just kind of putting this in the work plan and the schedule in the next couple months.
I would support that as well.
Okay, so we have two people supporting it. I don't know. I'm not, I would love to get people out of code, and perhaps that would be the ultimate goal, because people don't need any extra stress in their life today. So if we could help those people, that would be, I would feel like we've done something right.
Great. Thank you.
We'll coordinate to figure out dates and timing.
Okay.
We'll provide notice to everybody who participated in the planning commission process. So we'll communicate that soon.
Thank you very
Besides
much.
the things that Nick mentioned, I mean, you think about the soil conditions in Tillamook and Clackamas County are pretty different than here. And, snow load considerations, I mean, those, they're not going to be so helpful for us with some of the things that we're grappling with the most. So.
Thanks for a great discussion.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we're supposed to come back here in 20 minutes. So can we start with our 1:30 meeting and then go our executive session after that? Does that work?
We can.
I mean, that seems to make sense, doesn't it? Okay, all right. So we'll be back
Here.
Legislative session,
downstairs. Yes.
go upstairs for executives.
Is that what? Yes. That way at least,
Right.
All right. Okay, we are going to reconvene our Deschutes County Board of County Commissioners, our March 27th meeting, and we will now have our legislative session review from Northwest Policy Advocates. Doug, would you like, and Jen, would you guys like to approach?
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Jen Patterson, Strategic Initiatives Manager for the record. Just give a very quick introduction since you all know, but we have Doug Riggs here, our lobbyist for Deschutes County, and he's going to provide a presentation on the 2024 end of session wrap up. And with that, I'll turn it over to Doug to introduce himself.
One comment. So it's like we're in a hearing setting, but this is our partnership with our lobbyists here. So yeah, thanks for joining us and thanks for what you've done.
Jen, thank you, commissioners. For the record, Doug Riggs on behalf of the county, and I'm here to present a quick summary. I've got a lot of slides and lots of data on the slides, but I don't plan to focus on everything. What I wanted to do is give you kind of a hybrid presentation, so it's not too difficult to read, but there's, it's enough information that, exciting evening reading if you want to do that. So great. And I get to control. Look at this. I feel very powerful with the button. Just a quick reminder for those of you commissioners and other people who might be watching. This was a short session, so a 35-day session. They actually only went 33 days, which was a relief since they went to the very last moment of the last day last year, all the way until June. It was a session really that was it limited in a number of ways, not just by the days, but also the bills that were introduced. And there's a chart here that you can take a look at. But as just a reminder, legislators can introduce 2 bills, personal bills, committees could introduce 3 bills. The governor could introduce up to 5 bills, but chose to only introduce 1 bill, and that was a housing bill. So a repeat of her bill from last session that didn't quite get through with many modifications. It ended up, dramatically different than at the end of last session. And at the end of the day, you can take a look at the numbers, but about 1/3 of the bills passed, which is about average, even in a long session between 25 and 35% pass. But to pass, close to 140 bills in a 35-day period is quite an experience, I will say. The 2 big issues were literally big issues. Those 2 issues were housing and ballot measure 110. And we'll get to the details of that. But I will say that if you had asked me at the beginning of the session if I would put money on the hope that ballot measure 110 reform would pass and it would be bipartisan, I would have said no. That it's probably very unlikely, but I was proven wrong.
That's what you said. That's what you told me. And yes.
Yeah, I had my
That's
doubts.
why I worked even harder.
Yeah, I had my doubts, but a lot of good people did a lot of good work, and we ended up with something that I think is going to give the county an awful lot of responsibility to help solve this problem. I will say at the end of the day, a lot of the projects that a lot of Oregon, not just Central and Eastern Oregon, were expecting or hoping for did not get funded at the end of the day, and we'll get to that. So overall, short session, 2 major issues, and some funding questions that we see. I won't go over any of that, but you'll see, you can see the commissioners, your partners, and your staff all were pretty engaged in the process. So ballot measure 110, let me just give you a quick update. You were all intimately involved in working with the AOC and the weekly discussions that we had. But I will give quite a bit of credit to the co-chair of the Addictions Committee, Representative Jason Krupp. His other co-chair was Senator Kate Lieber from Beaverton. I found both of them to be have really an open door policy. I went in to meet with both of them on county priorities, things like impacts funding and aid and assist and community corrections. We had, detailed discussions about the importance of the counties being able to really have quite a bit of control and ability to be flexible in the process. And then there were public hearings, and there were 2 public hearings a week. They often went late into the evening. They started at 5 o'clock. Several of them ended after 9 p.m. They took lots of public testimony. They heard from everybody who signed up to testify, both online or in person. There were several hundred written submissions of testimony. I think they really considered that. But they also looked to the groups, I think, that are the most responsible for having to address the drug issues. And that was the AOC, the LOC, the police chiefs, the district attorneys, et cetera. And so, I give the committee and the members a lot of credit for having an open door policy, listening to us, but listening to all the folks who really needed to be engaged in the process. And at the end of the day, they ended up passing a bill that went much further than I expected it to go, and that was House Bill 4002. You can take a look up here on the slide, and you'll see that the bill passed in both the House and the Senate by overwhelming bipartisan majorities. I will note that the no votes were also bipartisan. So there were people on both sides of the Senate vote and the House vote from the Republican side and the Democrat side. So there were people unhappy on both sides, but a vast majority of folks were excited about the bill. One of the key things that I think we all stressed is that, a simple change in the ability to assign a misdemeanor to someone alone would not be a solution to this crisis. That one of the problems with ballot measure 110 is that it took so long to implement some of the funding mechanisms that went into communities that there weren't the resources needed to be able to address the addiction issues that were developing as a result of general trends and maybe also perhaps because of ballot measure 110. And so I think one of the lessons that they took from that is that they really needed to invest in a number of different approaches. And so on this slide, you can see a number of the bills that actually passed that had to do with behavioral health. So this was not just about ballot measure 110 recriminalization. It really was a package deal. And here are a few of the bills. I won't go into any of these in particular, but I will point to the next page. And that was some of the investments that they made in ballot measure 110 type of activities. And you'll see right off the top, at the very top, some of the county's top priorities, making sure that we took care statewide of the aid and assist question, making sure we dealt with the community corrections issue. We had a $16 million ask, I'll say on this one issue, ended up being $16 million funded, but about $1.4 million is going to come off the top and go to DOC. And the rest will be shared with all the counties on a per capita basis in the formula. Impacts was another important program that the folks in the county are working on, and that was funded. We saw detox investments, residential capacity for substance abuse treatment, stabilization center, et cetera. So there were a number of investments in programs, not just in Deschutes County, but statewide, that hopefully will give the people who have to deal with the individuals who are facing addiction issues an opportunity for the resources to be able to do so. So, Commissioner Chang, go ahead.
Go ahead and finish your thought.
Yeah, the last thing I'd say is that I really do want to give credit to AOC and AOC staff. We had a great working relationship with AOC in the efforts last year, for instance, on the ADU bill and on the wildfire efforts last year. We had a great relationship and working with the AOC staff on all of these programs. It took, as a former presidential candidate said at one point, it takes a village. I'll use that quote and say it really took all of us, in the canoe with the paddles, paddling in the same direction to get to this, I think, pretty positive result at the end of the day.
I have a couple of questions about some of these behavioral health pieces. First question was about the impacts program. So, originally impacts was intended to be, to spark crisis response, mobile crisis response. It seems like during all of the Measure 1 and reform discussions, it became sort of a vessel for, addiction response, addiction treatment, and that's different. It is different. Like, it's shades of gray different, but it's pretty different than the way that we've run the Stabilization Center, which has been the main recipient of impacts grant funding. So can you unpack for us a little bit, like what is the impacts program about now?
Commissioner and Chair, I don't think the impacts program has changed. I think that I would say that the view of what the impacts program was varied depending on which legislator was speaking at a particular time. So I think the money that's coming into the impacts program is going to go into county programs, and they will continue to run the program as they see is appropriate. So a lot of these programs that are in these 2 pages, like especially the previous page where there are a variety of bills, help kind of the overall situation. So people facing challenges, counties having to respond to those challenges. People may or may not be in a particular situation, but they might be in that situation down the road if you don't do something. And so I don't think that this bill doesn't change the impacts program in any way, shape, or form. It funds it in a way that we were hoping it would be funded. Probably not as far as it goes. Lane County was very involved in this as well, along with Deschutes County. But I don't think it changes the definition of what the impacts program will be. I just think it recognizes that impacts is a part of the overall issue that we need to bring to the table to be able to address these addictions issues.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, if they want to expand the program and add funding, I welcome that. I just, we have been using impacts for very particular things, and I would hate for the program to migrate away and leave the stabilization center behind.
Yep. Commissioner and Chair, I think that one of the very good things about this package and all the bills in this package is that it really gives a lot of flexibility and relies on the expertise of local communities to find the solution that works best for them. So, for instance, even the recriminalization, the unclassified misdemeanor, and the deflection or diversion program at various steps is not a one-size-fits-all approach. It really relies on the expertise of local communities. I mean, Bend is not Beaverton, so I think they were really trying to thread that needle in doing something that was helpful without overturning the apple cart in communities that already been doing good things. And I do think, and I'll say that when Holly Harris and Rick Trelevan from Best Care testified before the committee about what has been done in Deschutes County and what they would like to do, that was very well received. And their bottom line point is, give us the tools so our community can address it in a way that makes sense for us. Here's how we've done it. Don't give us a one-size-fits-all box that we have to fit in, but give us flexibility. And I think that that's the main takeaway I would take away from the bill in the package is it leaves a lot of flexibility for individual counties like Deschutes.
And that's actually what my second question was about. So, if this stands, counties will be assigned much of the task of implementing this new system. The first discussions on diversion program design that AOC helped to convene, the folks from Deschutes County, there were camps already starting to set up. Like, oh, we should do LEAD. They did it in Seattle, they did it in Salem. It's great. Bring it here. And then there was people, who'd been working on these issues for a long time locally, like saying, the RDA's office created a whole diversion program, deflection program they call Goldilocks, and implemented, starting to implement that before Measure 110. We already built a system and set it up and didn't really have a chance to run it. So there was I'm actually quite concerned that there was starting to be like I said, camps starting to form around this stuff, and I want us to build on relationships, systems that already exist here, and treatment service providers and things like that. I absolutely want us to learn whatever valuable lessons from other places as well, but we should ultimately build something that's going to work here. And to get to the kind of all that discretion that we have, if it's like if it does turn into this, camp against camp, like ideological battle at the local level, is the state going to play any role in resolving that for us, or is that pretty much up to us?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, That's a good question, and I can't predict the outcome of that. I think the legislature recognized that this is a first step and that they will have to come back next session on many of these issues, just like we'll get to the housing issue in a few minutes. And they recognize this is not just a single bite of the apple. This is going to be an ongoing issue. So I do predict that the legislature will again take a look at this and evaluate how programs are running. The governor herself has said that she's going to keep a very close eye on, for instance, how the shovel-ready money is going to be spent. And so I think it'll be a combination of the legislature and the governor's office kind of revisiting this and keeping an eye on that, seeing if progress is being made. But I think we'll have to wait and see how it pans out before I can predict whether or not the legislature might step back into this.
Andrew Doyle was at the meeting in Salem for House Bill 4002. And after that meeting, he told me he felt that looking at his numbers, it would cover between 50 and 100 people in Deschutes County. Because if it's 1 gram of fentanyl or heroin, that puts you over the limit, or if it's 2 grams of cocaine or meth, that will put you over the limit. Because I said, well, you mean only 50 to 100? And he goes, this is the way he sees the numbers, and he works with that program intimately. So he works federally and for the state.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think that I heard something similar during the testimony and the discussion afterwards. And one of the points that was made by someone is that if you get those 50 to 100 people off the street, in a lot of cases, that's, another 100 to 150 people per person. They were talking about Portland, obviously a larger market, but there's probably a cause and effect type of mechanism at work in that situation.
So no, it was really excellent that our team is all ready to put things together. But I did want to clarify this morning, we had a grant for behavioral health for the stabilization center. And at that time, Holly had said it was 10% of the cost of the crisis program here. She said the crisis, or Cheryl Smallman said it anyway, that it was 6 million. Well, actually, she recorrected that number with an email and said it was 7.7 million to run our crisis center, which includes the stabilization center and all the teams that, correspond with that. So 7.7 million.
All of crisis services.
Right. That was her corrected email.
Yeah, I think, one of the challenges, and if you look at the previous slide, which I can go back to, one of the challenges in all this is going to be workforce. And the legislature did invest in certain areas in investing in college behavioral health programs. They're exploring the University of Oregon's Balmer Institute proposal to create a specific behavioral health 4-year degree at the old campus up in Northeast Portland at what was that school, the Catholic school that closed. Anyway, so it's a lot of this is workforce, and the cost of workforce has gone up because you have to pay more in salaries. So it's something we'll certainly have to grapple with as time goes by. So let me move on to housing and homelessness, because this is another one of the 2 major kind of linchpin issues that the legislature said they were going to tackle. As you recall, last year, one of the things that crashed and burned on the final day of the session was House Bill 3141. That was the governor's housing bill. I give the governor and her staff an awful lot of credit for kind of going back to the drawing board during the interim and sitting down with cities and counties and home builders and realtors and developers and everybody else and saying, hey, obviously our bill failed on the last day. What can we do to improve the bill? And so House Bill 1537 was the only bill the governor introduced. It was heavily modified by the Senate Committee on Housing and Homelessness. Senator Jama had a fairly major amendment. And the other thing that it really did is it invested much more specifically in the types of things that local governments are saying are a problem, and that is housing infrastructure. You cannot build, Redmond's a great example. North Point, it is difficult and expensive to secure the financing and the money for infrastructure because of the lava formations and the cost of construction materials and the workforce. And so by investing in infrastructure, the state and the legislature can make a difference in a lot of communities that otherwise can't. Either they're tapped out because of Measure 5 and 50 in compression, or their SDCs are already higher than the city councils want to take them. The state did invest heavily in infrastructure, and I think that is probably the biggest difference. They made some other changes around the edges to the Housing Accountability and Production Office, and they added a one-time UGB expansion provision, which may or may not be useful, probably not very useful in Central Oregon, but also took 12 sections to draft. Section 48 through 60 of the bill was all about this one-time use for the UGB expansion, but they invested in infrastructure, and so I'll really focus on the very bottom of this slide. Among the 39 projects that they funded were projects in Redmond, in Madras, in Prineville, and Culver, not all in Deschutes County, obviously, but each of those communities provides housing for people who work in Deschutes County. Redmond's is the final tranche of the money for North Point. And that will really make a difference. The Culver money, there has been 178 units that has been on delay for quite some time because Culver is a very small community and didn't have the money to put the sewer line under the railroad tracks and the overpass. This will give them the opportunity to open that development up, and all of these are already inside the UGB. They've almost all gone through the land use process. You've got fixed estimates for the cost. And I will say that one thing I will share with you is a new lesson that I think we've learned, and I call that the lesson of lists. The Ways and Means process has changed fundamentally in the last 7 or 8 years. I'd say the last 4 or 5 years. The role of the policy committee chairs used to be much more pronounced. So policy committees would hold hearings, they would have work groups, they would gather people together, they would pass bills, they do all this work, they'd have hearings and work sessions, they'd send a bill. If it had a cost, it went down to Ways and Means. And then Ways and Means would say, aha, here are our experts at the policy committee who've been doing all this work. They've had the agencies at the table, come tell us about your bill and we'll decide if we're going to provide the financial element. That doesn't happen very much anymore. Today, it's a very small number of people in the building who are making the funding decisions, and they are basing a lot of their funding decisions on work outside the Capitol, not done by the policy committees, but done by outside groups. For instance, AOC. So AOC MHP put together a list of behavioral health projects along with a governor's list that came out. So a lot of the projects on the previous 2 slides that I shared with you came off that list. And legislative fiscal staff got a copy of the list, and you can almost put them side by side and you can see, oh yeah, here's the list. Here are the projects that were funded. The same thing was true of housing infrastructure. There were lists put together by, there was a water infrastructure list put together by Representative Gomberg and some of his supporters. Had about 32 projects on the list. There was a housing infrastructure list put together by Representative Lucetta Elmer that had 17 projects on the list, and those lists became the projects on the housing, essentially the housing infrastructure bill. So just use this as a way to say what appears to be happening increasingly in Salem is the professional staff in the building relying on other people to gather and collate and submit projects. And so that's a lesson we can all take advantage of and learn going forward.
So Doug, is that 1.3 million to Culver? Does that actually cover the costs then? Or is that just what the last little bit of funding that they needed? Because 1.3 million seems
it's
not for 178 units. That seems like pretty small.
Yeah, Commissioner, the portion of the funding that was needed wasn't for all the infrastructure and the development. It was for the ability to get the sewer line across the road under the railroad tracks and under the overpass. And that's a fairly recent estimate. So the legislators were working on this, and the legislative fiscal office, made a point of working with the sponsors of each one of these proposals and getting a pretty hard cost estimate. So,
okay. I mean, I just was thinking, what if it's like 500,000 short or something, and then they're still stuck waiting?
Yeah, Commissioner, part of the issue here is they really focused on what projects are shovel ready. to try to avoid that, 2 or 3 year delay. Is there a fixed cost estimate? Have you put this out to bid? Is it through the land use process? Is it inside the UGB? If all those things are met, it's much more likely that the current 2024 fiscal estimate will be accurate rather than a project that, well, we think that we might want to at some point bring urban reserve into the UGB, and that might be 4 or 5 years down the road, and it's 1.3, but it really turns out to be 2.78. So good question.
So Doug, following up on that concept of being on the lists, it sounds like it would behoove us to try to understand the coalitions that are developing prior to each legislative session and make sure that we are not just joining any coalitions, but the ones that probably have the traction and momentum to get their lists adopted. And if you have any suggestions or insights for us on picking those in advance. I mean, we have been parts of all kinds of sign-on efforts in the past, and sometimes with success, sometimes not with success. I mean, I'm really glad we embraced that comprehensive package from the League of Oregon Cities and the sheriffs and the DAs and the police chiefs. I mean, that's an example of, I think, a coalition that came together that basically got what they asked for. Just any advice you have on picking out the right coalitions or building. I mean, there's certain things that we might just have to build our own.
Yeah, Commissioner, I think that's a very good question. That's something that is going through my mind on a regular basis. I think that's, that's why the partnership between the county and us is, I think, important. I'll say that I really do think that AOC and the staff in especially in the behavioral health area were really on top of this and really engaged. I think that helped. They also recognize the value that we as Deschutes County could bring to the discussion, not only because of the success that we've had and the partnership we've had between some of the nonprofits and the county, but also because of the key role that Representative Krupp played in this issue. So I think that's part of it. I think looking forward, what I would predict, and we're kind of looking ahead to one of my last slides, but I think housing will continue to be an issue. I think continuation of the behavioral health, substance abuse, drug use issues will continue to be an issue. Another issue that I think is going to be very important is going to be transportation. There will be a series of transportation committee roadshows coming up, the Joint Committee on Transportation. You can bet that there will be a list or lists, and that's a great opportunity for us to say, hey, here we have this projects, 2 or 3 projects on the list that need to be addressed. And we want to partner with other counties or cities or communities around the state to address that. So and I think staff plays an important role. The staff from the county is on, they've got their antennas up and their ears to the ground as well. So it really is all of us playing that role in trying to identify what the opportunities are going to be going into the next session. I'll breeze through a few of these, although this one's kind of a difficult one to breeze through. House Bill 4056 was a property tax foreclosure bill. We had long discussions in the Friday meetings about this. I will give our Senator Lynn Finley an awful lot of credit. He was on the committee and he jumped in a big way to try to help us out on this issue. At the end of the day, there was an awful lot of confusion about the -8 amendments that were the ones that were adopted by the committee at the end at the last minute. This was not exactly where we wanted the bill to go. But it does kind of push AOC into a situation where they need to come up with basically a model ordinance that will allow us to go into the next session with some recommendations. So this is an issue that we talked about up until the very waning days of the session, as you well know, and it didn't quite get resolved in the way that we were hoping it would. But it was something that we were pretty involved in and tried to get a good resolution. And so I would say they kind of split the baby. They didn't adopt the most egregious amendment, but they certainly didn't adopt what we wanted, which was the -6 amendments. They wanted the -8s. So something that will probably come back to a time and a station near you in the very near future. We'll say one of the small victories we got was, and this is a regional wide victory, but sometimes working with state agencies can cause you to lose your hair. So I'm an expert in that. The Department of Administrative Services a year ago, when we were working on the Juniper bill, water bill, encouraged us not to put a specific organization by name in the legislation. And instead they said, if you want an organization to help you apply, you and the other regions apply for grants, and there are grants available for juniper mitigation, and especially for monitoring the projects, then you provide a certain amount of money, but say an organization that meets the following criteria, but don't list the organization. Legislative Council also advises to do the same thing. So we went along with the recommendation. In the bill, it was an organization that meets the following criteria, not named. And DAS said, well, there's no name, there's no organization name. Therefore, we have to hire someone on a full-time basis, got to hire a full-time employee to research and find out and do an RFP to find out what organizations might meet these criteria. So they were going to hire, DAS is going to hire a full-time employee to allocate $85,000 to COIC. So obviously, when legislators heard about that, they were none too happy. And at the end of the day, we were able to get this very small provision, which I think is going to open the opportunity to bring, some significant grant dollars into communities to work on stream restoration and water conservation, and to be able to monitor. I think that's one of the big things. We want to make sure that what we're doing actually has the desired impact. So that was a small victory.
So the one line is missing, the picture covers it up. And I was just wondering, do you know what that was supposed to say?
Yeah, the problem was that the bill that they had.
She just means it because it's just
Oh.
a formatting issue.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yes, it's a minor format.
Throughout Central, Eastern, and Southern Oregon.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought. Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
There we go. That's right. The picture on the screen covers up the last.
It was hard to read.
Just one thing on this slide I'd mention, which is recreational immunity, which has been a major concern of both AOC and LOC and a lot of park districts. We didn't get a permanent fix for the recreational immunity issue, but what we got is kind of a 1-year stay of execution is the way I'd put it. And we get another year to be able to keep parks open without the threat of insurance companies coming in and saying, we can't insure you if this situation continues. And then in the meantime, all of us are going to have to work to come up with a permanent solution. So it's not a permanent solution, but it's a pretty significant step. And I think it give us an opportunity to explain again to legislators why the court case really needs to be resolved by the legislature going forward. We'll do on the other issues on this page.
That one.
Oh, yeah.
So this one ended up being a partisan issue?
Yeah, at the end of the day, in the committee, passed on a party line vote. So I think there were a couple, some other issues, other votes on the floor, but largely the Democrats supported it and the Republicans opposed it, as I recall. I'd have to go back and take a look at the specific vote. So, but I think, regardless, as I said, I think that by taking action on the bill, I think legislators recognize that it needs to be addressed. And an awful lot of the bills in the last few days ended up getting partisan votes just because tempers were running high at the time. Let's see here. I think I'm running behind, so I'll just leave this for discussion going forward. Any questions? Point point out that we heard an awful lot about early childhood funding and childcare. Let's talk about some missed opportunities. One of the missed opportunities initially was the regional request to fund the 21st Street improvements out past the Redmond Airport, which would be the site of Core 3, possibly the Mountain View Village and Oasis Village. I think that what happened with this funding request, which everyone in the region supported, is that by the time they provided the $465 million for salary increases and all the money for the housing infrastructure, the housing bill, and the behavioral health bill, they had spent quite a bit of money, and they really got down to the last few days, and there was an awful lot of discretionary funding available. I think the other problem with this is it was viewed as a transportation improvement, and what most people seem to think is, hey, let's wait until 2025 for transportation bills. And so in the meantime, I think the Core 3 board is going to decide, and Commissioner DeBonne, you might want to speak to this, is going to decide to use existing resources and then come back with step 2 of their larger request for funding next session. But
Well, there's a great effort by, the city of Redmond and, Mayor Fitch, the whole kind of east side, make some connections happen. But this is a very important access to Oasis Village itself, and then Core 3 in the future. Core 3 does have some money in the bank. And it was mentioned, let's clarify this ask, how it's going to be good for multiple parties. And if it doesn't come through, we're still going to have to do it. So there's checks will be written because we need to move forward. Yeah, everybody knows that.
And Commissioner, I think that one of the good things about that is it's going to demonstrate that the shovels are in the ground and action is taking place. And it's not something we're looking at that won't happen for 10 years. It's already ongoing. Other bill on this list is something we talked about at one of the Friday meetings, which is House Bill 4107, which was funding for farmers and ranchers who'd lost livestock to wolf predation. And that did not get resolved, but I guarantee that'll also be back next session. So
We'll also have a report back on how much of our compensation and prevention fund request is funded this year in sometime this week. So, that'll give us more of a basis to argue that the amount that's allocated or the rates provided are inadequate or adequate.
Yep. One of the shocks, I think, for a lot of us this session was many of us expected that wildfire prevention protection would be a huge issue that the legislature would address. And this goes back to what I said a moment ago, which is it used to be that when the policy committees held interim hearings and work groups and really gathered everyone together and brought everyone on board and came up with solutions, that was given some level of deference by leadership and by Ways and Means. I think this is a great example of that process really not existing to the same extent that it used to. And so policy committee chairman, including the Senate policy committee chair, were very frustrated about the failure to get these bills and funding for wildfire prevention. So in this county, obviously this is a major concern. And so I think they'll come back with versions of these bills. AOC will be at the table for negotiating these issues. I would expect that would be something that we'll keep a very close eye on.
If I could just say, Doug, as big or even bigger of a disappointment to me was that bill SB 1511 didn't go anywhere. ODF fire suppression capacity. It's an important piece of it's an important piece here in Deschutes County, but with so much federal land ownership, we should be much more concerned if the feds are underfunding wildfire suppression capacity than the state. We don't want any of them underfunding them, but it's counties with a whole lot more ODF protected land. It's a much bigger concern, I think, for them. And that SB 1511 is really addressing the problem that we have, which is that we have insurers who are pulling out or quadrupling people's premiums. And, you know, these other bills, they wouldn't have any impact on that problem, which I think is probably the greater concern for Deschutes County residents. So in terms of like looking towards next session, I hope that we can give some serious attention to that bill, bringing that bill back and getting it across the finish line.
And last summer, I mentioned to several legislators that the Oregon Fair Plan needs to be updated. I believe the house value is like at 600,000. I said, you need to do something. I just saw where 72,000 State Farm people in California they're not going to renew their policies. So the industry is only going to get tighter and, more worrisome for people that live here. That are they going to be able to find insurance? So I would hope we could do something this long session.
Yeah, commissioners, I think that's a good point. I had a conversation with Senator Golden, who's kind of led a lot of the charge on this, and suggested that if he has the opportunity, he come visit Central Oregon. And this is one of the things I think he'd like to talk about and tour and have discussions with the commissioners about going forward. So all of these topics, I think, I agree with the commissioners are on the table.
Floated the idea with him of coming and doing a roundtable with insurance agents. And he was he said he was interested in that. And there's a whole lot of insurance agents around here that are very interested in doing that as well. You know, basically people have been saying, you know, I'm trying to get this house covered. I've seen the work that they've done. I think it's pretty good. And then I get it to the underwriter and they're like, not picking that up. And, so there's a lot of literally local frustration from local insurance agents with their own companies that it would be helpful to understand for sorting this out moving forward.
I've suggested, that he get back to us with some open dates that might work. And so let's continue to work on that. Let's see. I want to get you too far behind on your schedule, so I think I'll skip that page. Skip this one. Talk about next steps. So what are we talking about for the next steps? This is just a kind of day after attempt to put a few of the issues that I think will be major issues, some of which will come back up again. Obviously, the tax foreclosure effort is definitely going to come back. Groundwater issues, which we've talked about extensively, are going to be huge. The commission is very close to, or the staff is very close to, submitting their recommendation to the commission, the Water Resources Commission. So that'll be an issue we'll be addressing. We talked about House Bill 3126 from a year ago. I talked to Representative Sanchez. This is that idea of regional child psychiatric centers to deal with the children who are stuck in the ERs. As I've talked about with you, many children's residential programs have closed, and we've got one of the really stellar programs here in Central Oregon in JBAR-J. But one of the outdoor programs just announced they're closing up shop. So if you look at that's Deschutes Wilderness program, I believe, is the program that just announced a couple weeks ago that they're closing.
For workforce or
regulations, rates, workforce?
Right. Oh, the R's.
Yeah, the 3 R's. Yep. They're closing because of the R's. That's right, Commissioner.
Well, I just was like, okay, regulation rates and yeah.
There have been, according to our estimates, there have been 44 residential programs that have closed in the past 10 years in Oregon. So that leaves about 11. So we've gone from, close to 55 down to about 7 to 11 programs that are left in the state. JBAR-J is one of the few, and I give the JBAR-J team all the credit in the world for being able to survive through this very difficult time. They've done a great job. So anyway, back to this slide, wildfire issues, obviously. And then I really can't overemphasize this. Transportation funding. There is a crisis that ODOT is projecting as far as the amount of revenues coming in from the gas tax versus what the current cost of maintaining the infrastructure, let alone addressing major projects are. There was a major development here 2 weeks ago when the governor put the department's major tolling plan on ice. I've spent quite a bit of time working on that program. And I can tell you that it was not well thought out. 37% of the money raised would have gone for administrative overhead. So if you're talking 37 cents of every dollar raised does not go into projects, that becomes very challenging. So the governor has basically told ODOT to put that on hold, and the legislature is going to be taking a deep dive into transportation funding. That's important for the whole state, but of course, transportation funding is really important in Central Oregon and Deschutes County. So that's something that they will have Joint Committee on Transportation public hearings around the state. They have a list of 20 potential locations. Bend is on the list. I fully assume that expect that Bend will continue to be on whatever list is final. I'll let you know when that will be, but I think it would be worth working with the commission and the staff to identify the key issues that we need to address. I mean, for instance, this year we addressed the right-of-way issue without it imposing on county authority. So that's been taken care of. But are there key issues, key priorities that the county would like to push forward? So this is something I think in the next few weeks and months we can focus on.
Well, I talked about it earlier this morning, is getting the roundabout on Helmholtz and Highway 126. I know it's something, it's within Redmond's purview. And I would hope I have a packet of all the accidents that have happened. And it's a really bad intersection. So I'm hoping that we'd have funding for that. But what I'd like to bring up is who sets the rates for cars? Now, I remember in like the 70s, it was like $20 to license your car in Oregon. It was nothing. But today, the license for my ancient horse trailer is exactly the same as my husband's car. And I'm going, and who sets these up? And
electric car too.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah. I mean, I'm like going, $126 is what he got to pay. And I'm going, who is not looking at those numbers and recognizing that maybe they need to do something differently? I mean, does that come from the legislature, or does ODOT present it to them and then they say, oh, yes, we'll do that?
Yeah, ODOT has to present any fee increases to the legislature for approval. So, Oregon has based many of almost their entire system on registration fees and gas tax. And there are, I saw a presentation at one of the committee meetings that there are, if you look at what other states do, there are 11 or 12 other funding mechanisms that could be tapped that would spread the burden a little more equally. So I think that is the kind of discussion the Joint Committee is going to be having in the next several months. And that's something that the county can participate in and play a role in that discussion.
But it really needs to come from ODOT then for those fee increases to be presented.
Yeah, the proposals typically come from ODOT or from the legislature. I mean, for instance, in House Bill 2017, passed back in 2017, the gas tax increase, the extra penny that was included in that bill, was a legislative initiative. So the legislature and the governor have the final say. So it could be a proposal from the agency, which in this day and age must also be approved by the governor. It could be a proposal from the governor. It could be,
I got an idea. Let's make a list.
There we go.
Here we go.
I was just going to say the same thing. We might take a look. So,
some of the interesting topic in that world of transportation funding, the state and the counties and cities, the big jurisdictions, and what we're seeing here in the city of Bend is they've done a big bond measure for capital needs for their roads. Now they're doing a transportation utility fee, so they're offsetting some of the needs by doing some locally, which might shift the dynamics at the state level, saying, oh, if you can do it locally, why do we need to do something else? And my point is, ODOT is a big needer too. We could be right in the middle, counties I'm referring to could be right in the middle of a very dynamic conversation. And the majority of folks won't even pay attention, because the population in the cities and then ODOT, the big transportation agency. So we really do need to look out for counties right now.
So it looked like it only went up 2 cents from 23 to 24, the gas tax in the state. Is it now 40 cents a gallon?
Yes, it's 40.
Yeah, it's 40. It was 38. So yeah.
Yeah.
And people's fuel range is so much greater.
Yeah, there are many challenges with funding the system largely on gas tax revenue as cars become more efficient. And the other thing that's really happened is people are not, going to work in an office 5 days a week. So, if your average commute time is 38 minutes in the Portland area and that's 72 minutes a day, you're not in your car with your car running for every day that you're not going to and from work. And I think that's part of the calculation. It's more efficient cars, it's people, using electric vehicles, and the other issues regardless as far as workforce trends.
Well, and multi-use paths have, so we just did a transportation system plan, and the ODOT path south of Bend, it's going to be funded by what is it, the federal money or whatever. But from the local leadership to the Oregon Transportation Commission, everybody was on board for wanting to put new paths in and ODOT to be doing it. And they're fighting hard to do it. Their staff's really working hard, and we saw that. So that's adding a new aspect to the transportation system, but no revenue associated with it, as in bicycle tax or whatever else, some kind of revenue source. So it's really getting interesting.
All right, let me wrap it up. I know you've got, I'll just point out really quickly that
Before we leave that list, I just wanted to say, I think that's a good list. I also just wanted to add on the Child Psychiatric Center. There is strong interest from our two senators, US senators, in that concept as well. So I really think it would be valuable to, build our own coalitions with a list for this one, and to get a bunch of state legislators over here, at least Representative Sanchez or John Pugsley, her staff, her staff, or somebody over here to take a look around, basically just to go to St. Charles, visit the emergency department, see the rooms where kids are being boarded for 2 or 3 weeks who are having psychiatric emergencies. Just to kind of impress upon people that there's a real need for this facility, this kind of a facility. Invite the the 2 US senators, and maybe we get their staffers to come, but legislators and state legislators and federal legislators, I think it'd be great for us to work on a field trip or a visit. And I would like to propose that we go ahead and kind of assign staff right now to start working on that, because it's not too early.
The third time is the charm. And as you said, we're down to 7 to 11 now. So we're really going the wrong way.
Yeah, commissioners, I agree. I had a conversation with Chair Sanchez during the session, reminded her that we had invited her before. I think she's very interested. Obviously, she has a full-time job in the interim, but who doesn't love to come to Central Oregon in sunny June, July, and August? So I think
Next week it'll be sunny.
Yeah.
Yes, next week.
Yeah.
You
We
don't
like
have
the
the
rain.
junipers listed on here.
Yeah, juniper, because I listed it earlier, but I think that is a good.
Potential issues,
Yeah,
yes.
right. Yeah. So, real quickly, we're going to have some major changes in our elected delegation on the statewide basis. We have some fairly major changes. It seems like there's nothing, nothing more consistent than change in Salem. We're going to have lots of turnover. We just had a change in the Speaker of the House. Dan Rayfield stepped down because he's running for AG. Julie Fahey from Eugene, Lane County, was elected the Speaker. The Chair of the Ways and Means Committee, Co-Chair Elizabeth Steiner, Dr. Steiner, is running for State Treasurer. I think the odds-on favorite for her to win. And then we have local legislators as well. Senator Tim Knopp and Senator Lynn Finley will be who aren't running for reelection. So we'll have, at the very least, we'll have 2 new senators representing Deschutes County. And so that's important to just acknowledge going forward. And then lastly, I put together a list with kind of arbitrary timelines and deadlines, but it always helps me to kind of track things. So, a variety of actions, they're all pretty much common sense. And we've talked about them before. I think we do a really good job, and you as the commissioners do a really good job in keeping in touch with your legislators. But I do have, let's continue to work with the governor and the agencies and regional solutions locally, AOC participating in hearings. These are all kind of the no-brainers, but I wanted to put them on paper just so you had them take a look at. And
Oh, the other thing that's not on potential for next year after my conversation with Judge Crutchley last night was that we've got to make sure we have enough public defenders, and it sounds like it's a state issue, but that seems that it's going to be incredibly important if we are at all going to be successful with the recriminalization and making sure that people that can deflect do.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think that's a very good point. It's certainly something the legislature heard a lot about last year and this year, and they've invested some significant resources. And I think that's something that they are going to be tracking very closely, and AOC is as well. So I'll make sure we add that to the list. So with that, I think I will end before I get the hook and answer any questions you might have.
Chair, I was just going to say, in terms of working with the governor and agencies, and that's ongoing, that's something just to keep on the radar immediately, because as I wear my Land Conservation and Development Commission hat, I'm able to sit on the agenda preparation meeting. So I don't know what it is, but for example, DLCD and LCDC are talking about the POPs, the policy option packages, in April. I mean, April 8th for the 2025 session, and then LCDC, the full commission, will begin to discuss those in late April. I don't know what they are, and if I did, I probably wouldn't be able to publicly share those. But just the point is that here we are. We turn the corner, and within a couple of weeks, the agencies are preparing those POPs, and here we go for the 25 session.
Yeah, Commissioner, and Nick, I agree. I mean, it's out of the fire into the frying pan, as they say. My phone hasn't stopped ringing, and people keep saying, "Oh, you must have taken time off after the session." I'm like,
not yet.
Haven't been time to take off. So I'll try to get off and go camping a little bit this summer in the Cascades. But that's exactly right. The deadlines for agencies to submit their POPs and budget recommendations is in May to the governor's office, right? So and then it goes to the governor's office. And by the way, the governor just lost her budget director, along with a couple other staff. So that might, complicate the process even further moving forward. So the time is now. And but the good thing is I feel very good about, the last year and a half, we've done some really good work together. I feel very comfortable with the issues. And I think we know where some of the bones are buried and some of the priorities of the commission and the county. So it puts us in a good position in the next 6 or 8 months to really be able to track these issues and stay on top of them. So.
Great.
All I got.
Thank you so much for joining us in person.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have other items at this time?
Got one thing it looks like we'll have another request for Stroke Awareness Month for May, so that'd be a month from now. So I just wanted to bring that around, and we could look for proposed proclamation or something. So as I say, I'm not even confirming it today, I'm just mentioning it now. I'll put it through the front office.
Great. Anything else, Commissioner Chang?
Tomorrow I'll be in Salem for the second Wildfire Hazard Map Rules Advisory Committee meeting.
Okay. And Monday I did drive through the county's 50 acres. Thank you to Sergeant William Bailey. He knows exactly where we are when he's driving with his app. It was fascinating. And, you know, we still have serious cleanup that needs to take place, but per comments, it has improved from last summer, but it has a ways to go when you look at the pictures. So, anyway.
Question. So I got the sense that, you know, the numbers on the property of Deschutes County were down, but they were probably just balanced out with city land and BLM land. Are there still quite a few people out
I
there?
don't know. We had heard that BLM had told their people that they had to get off of there. And we were told that they moved to county, but when we counted on Monday, it was 13, 14 camps. But some of the
On county
campsite,
land.
yeah, on the county.
Well,
50
yes, I'm
acres.
wondering what else, other people outside of there,
Right,
not on county land?
right. The fishbowl, which is even smaller than it was last August, that's on the city land. And that's still really significant. And then the other issue is there's a chop shop that's there. So been asking a couple of people, what are we doing with that?
Well, east side of Redmond, when I was out there, that's, you know, they're disassembling cars, recycling metal, selling parts. I mean, that is part of the activity.
So. Yeah, okay. Are we good then to,
We have some here.
we have an executive session and we are going to